Can everyone hear me in the back, okay?
No.
Good evening, and welcome back to Tri-State University, to many of you Tri-State College. It's been a very, very enjoyable day for many of us here at Tri-State, and I hope all of you have found the same to be true. We have a full day's activity tomorrow scheduled, so after tonight, hopefully you can get lots of rest and be ready to go first thing tomorrow morning. But before I begin, so we can go ahead and get started eating. I'll talk a little bit more after dinner, but at this time I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Glenn Radcliffe, who many of you remember. Dr. Radcliffe is now our university chaplain, and as many of you know, none of us can ever eat until Dr. Radcliffe says his prayer. So at this time I'll turn it over to Dr. Glenn Radcliffe.
So you better get quiet then. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we come into your presence this evening. So many blessings to be thankful for. Old acquaintances come back, make new acquaintances. We thank you for that privilege and that opportunity that we can come together periodically, even though sometimes the period is too long to miss those people that we knew way back then. And we will not forget to thank you for the food that we will eat, and we would ask that you would bless that food to our use and bless us to your service, and then give us the strength we need to do your will. We thank you for it in Jesus' name. Amen. Now you can talk.
And just one extra thing. Did everybody get a question when they came in the door? All the alums? If you didn't get a question, please raise your hand if you're an alum that did not get a question. Okay. Sharon, do we have the most mischievous moment? Question mark. Okay, David Ballinger needs one, please. Okay. Okay, never mind. Was there someone else that didn't get it?
You didn't have to go to school in the summertime, but I had to go.
Zollner's Clubhouse for dinner tomorrow evening. But again, I would like to welcome everybody back to Tri-State University. I'd like to tell you a little bit about why we started doing the class reunions in the summertime. Many of you who were back, probably 5-10 years ago, maybe for your 40th or your 50th or 25th class reunion, was held maybe during homecoming weekend when everybody from, every class was here. And after looking at everything and talking to other universities and talking to some of my colleagues, a lot of them have tried doing the class reunion separate in the summertime and just having the special classes come back. And so we tried it last year for the first time and did a little evaluation of everybody that had returned and just got raving reviews. There's always a few complaints, and we always try to improve on those. But everybody was very pleased with the way it turned out last year, and that's why we tried it this year. As far as numbers, this year is much larger than last year, so give yourselves a big round of applause. Last year, if you can believe it, our biggest turnout was the class of 1937 celebrating their 60th reunion. Yes, and we had probably around 15, and from those 15, there were 15 probably had a class of 60 graduates that we had on record, so we were very, very pleased with the turnout for the class of 1937 last year. The class of 1947 last year celebrating their 50th, we had about a dozen come back, And then we just had a few other, probably 3 or 4 guys celebrating their 25th reunion. So one of the suggestions last year was to cluster and invite people back that was here the same time that you were here. And we always know that the 50th class is always a big special time, so we thought we'd go ahead and keep that separate. But then we clustered and the same with the 60th class reunion, we kept that the same. But we tried clustering the classes of 1967, 68, 69, and then 57, 58, and 59 for the 30th and 40th. And I think that has proved to be successful and have helped with numbers there. So at this time, what I'm going to do is introduce the classes, and I'm going to start with the 30th class reunion and the 1969 class. I know there's a few of you here. If you could please stand when I call your name. John Carlisle. I know John was here this afternoon. Okay, John. There's John.
Hey.
Only missed one homecoming.
Great. And Donald Bent. Is he here? He was here, but he left. Okay. In the class of 1968, Alan Thompson. Alan. I'm sorry, was this 1969?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. George Pearson, right? George Indian. Okay, and then, let's see. Also from the class of 1968 was Richard Brooks, who was here on campus earlier today, and John Nigro, who I know was at the afternoon session in the mechanical engineering presentation, but he's not here this evening. So he was also one that was from your class that was scheduled back. 1967, Thayer, is it Thayer, bone cutter? Ike. And Fred Schaub. I didn't miss anybody from your class? And then we'll go on with the 40th class reunion, and we'll start with class of 1959. Joseph Sabara. Sidney Roberts. Gordon Pugh. David Ostheimer. David Landu. And Donald Durand. Class of 1958, John Rohunsky. Charles Jones. George Marks. Richard Mulvey. George Stump. Chris Bent. Okay, did I miss anybody from the class of 1958? Phil Lang. Phil and I emailed me yesterday and wanted to know if it was too late to register, and I emailed him back, and then he emailed me again this morning and said, let me know by 1 o'clock today. So I emailed him back this morning, and here he is. So Phil, welcome. And then the class of 1948 celebrating their 50th. Bill Anderson. Joe Baker. I apologize, I missed the class of 1957. Sorry about that. We'll come back. Marvin Boring from the class of 1957. H.J. Finhaber. Richard Guide. John Luther. David McDermott. And Dale Troxel. Then back to the class of 1948. I think I left off with Joseph Baker. Is that right? Okay. Ted Batama. Carl Berg, who I've also already learned is also known as Whitey. Eugene Dankert. Bill Davis. John Denham. Ray Denny.
Hey, Ray!
Marion Drosdale. Don Ellison.
Hey, Don!
Nick Gattino.
There's Nick.
Paul Goonsman. Clinton Henderson. William Hoyt. Our very own John McBride. Frank Smith. Floyd Smurr. And Stephen Woodwith. Okay, did I miss anybody there? And then the class of 1938, we had 4 registered, but I know only this evening we have 1 with us, and it's Fred Peary from Vermont. And also registered was William Stearns, Zima Berlin, and Kathy Coble. So hopefully they'll be able to join us tomorrow. I also would like to introduce those of us here from the university, and we'll start in the back with David Ballinger, who's also a Tri-State Business Administration graduate from the class of 1970. He's our Vice President of Financial and Fiscal Affairs and also Director of Development. Next to his table is Diane Newby, who's our Director of Records and Research, also a Tri-State graduate in 1997. John Dice is our Director of Director of Planned Giving. Alice Brand, who is doing the videotaping. Alice is the
I'll walk in front of it. I'm here.
She coordinates with our NCA and also teaches in the English and speech department. Okay, then in the back, Bill Stockberger, who many of you met today, also a Tri-State graduate in 1979. Dr. Reynolds, who all of you will meet later on. Dr. Reynolds and his wife Carol came here in 1993. Robin Wilcox, Director of the Annual Fund, graduate 1995, 1996. Business grad. And in the back, Jeannie, who works in our records department. And last, who I'd especially like to thank is Sharon Folks, who is the administrative assistant in our office, and without her, none of this weekend would have gone over. She was my second hand for the past probably 6 months of planning this, and I would really like to give her a round of applause. And if Sharon, you could please stand, because the name tags, the programs, the schedules, the signs, everything that you see was done by Sharon. So Sharon, thank you. And a little funny story, and she'll probably kill me for telling you this, but last night we had a major storm come through about 1:30 in the morning, and she went to go shut her windows and smashed her finger pretty bad. Well, she was right here, probably 7:30 this morning, getting ready for today's activities, and we're like, Sharon, you need to go to, urgent care. She ended up breaking her finger, and totally her whole nail is completely off, and she was not going to go. No, I need to be here this morning. I'm like, Sharon, we can handle it. You can go here. So she did, and she did find out it was a little bit more damage than what I think she had anticipated, but I think she's doing okay because she's on some pain medication right now. But again, go ahead.
How about you?
And I think all of you met me today, but again, my name is Melanie Harmon, and I am the Director of Alumni and Parent Relations. And somebody who I've already introduced earlier, but I'll go ahead and introduce him again, John McBride, who works in our office and helps me out. It's kind of like my right hand, or I guess I should say my left hand, because Sharon's my right, so I'll say John's my left. But John McBride, who has been with the university for several years, we all know, and helps me out tremendously as long as everybody else in the department. So John, thank you. And I'll try to keep my part short because I know I would like for everybody to get a chance to say a few words here before I turn it over to Dr. Reynolds. And I apologize again for the not having the air, but hopefully we can keep everybody's question. I gave everybody a question when they came in, so if you could just say a few words about it as we go around the room. Just keep it to a brief, try to keep it under a minute, and hopefully we can get out of here on time tonight. Any questions before I start that? Okay, this time then we'll go ahead and start with the class. Well, we'll just start on this end of the room, and let's see. Alan, we'll start with Alan first. Alan, you can answer your question, and then after that we'll go around and go from table to table.
You want me to read the question?
Yes, go ahead and read your question, and then...
Most memorable professor and why? Well, the one professor whom I remember most is named Clyde Shaw. I heard a few chuckles, sounds around the room. When I first came to Tri-State, I didn't know much. It was one of the first classes I was in. He made an assignment, and I didn't do too well on it. And he rated me in class. Probably deserved it, but of course, I didn't feel I deserved it at the time. I went back and we did the assignment. Got into it. He just was kind of nonchalant about it then. I will always remember Clyde Shaw as my introductory sermon here.
Well, let's see, favorite campus activity. I'm not sure, but I remember when I first came here, the first year I saw the campus, I was in a rental place there where there were some guest rooms for my family that after I stayed in come to the dorm. And I noticed that the first year I was here, they were putting a new sewer line in. And they kept going downhill till they got to the intersection of where I was at, and the hole just kind of stayed there for months and months. Next thing I know, they started going one direction, but everywhere they went had to go uphill. And they kept going down till they got about a 20-foot hole trench, and then they kind of covered up and decided to go another way. And I was kind of hoping after that they weren't any graduates from Tri-State University.
I got the one that nobody else wants. What Tri-State means to you? A lot of great memories. We were sitting here kind of reminiscing, and a lot of great memories come to mind. But being in this room, it brings back one memory I will share with you. Back in the early 60s, this was the cafeteria. Everybody from any place on campus came here to eat their meals. And the quality of the food got kind of bad. And so one of the guys that was in Platt Hall, we all lived in Platt Hall at the time, he got an idea. He said, we need to protest. And so one night, he set it all up at a certain time, because they used to make these great big rolls, but they got so bland tasting, it was just about like, I don't know what you even call them. We, at a certain time, everybody dipped those things in their water or their milk and just proceeded to throw them all over the place. And one great thing came out of it, that shortly thereafter, every Thursday, then we would get steaks.
Well, let me see. Mine's my most memorable professor and why. And basically, my advisor is what first came to my mind is a guy by the name of A.J. Bush, and he was kind of a regular-sized person. And I was civil, and I had him for several classes, but I had him for surveying. And of course, this goes way back when, you know, I think we had some theodolites, but we kept them on the shelf, and we were still working with transit. You know, now we have total stations. But in surveying, one of the things you learn is stadia. And of course, AJ wanted to make sure that we were doing our stadia right. So he wanted to check through the gun. Well, you can see by my height, I had the legs of the tripod out all the way. So all I had to do was look down like this to get my readings. Well, AJ came up and he was jumping up and down. He finally had to stand on a box to...
This is activity campus activities portion here. I have a awful time trying to find that. Right at World War I, you can be here in home. You're in World War I, II. And I'd lived here for many, many years. I had decided before that, that's my high school advisor said, you want to be an engineer. And so all you had to do was walk up the hill. I did that. And unfortunately, happened to move into a little girl that I've known for many years. And I've been here for just one term and decided that we ought to get married. We did. And one great activity. Very, very activity. I couldn't write very well. Well, I had some of the nicest reports that were, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Doc. Doc, I'm sorry. But she wrote them for me. You know,
My question is, most memorable college living experience. My wife and I came to Angola together. We came here in January of 1947 when the snow was all over the ground. Someone says, where did you live as a married student? We lived in a house trailer right down here at University in Maumee. The lady who owned the house at that time had 5 trailers in the back, and we think probably 7 or 8 students in the house. We shared one bathroom. We also had to dig a trench to bring the water into our trailer, and of course there was no toilet facilities in the house trailer, so sharing the one bathroom was a memorable experience. Along the way, we also produced 2 sons while we were here. That made it really worthwhile.
My question is, what Tri-State means to me? Well, I'll tell you, Tri-State means a great deal in 2 respects. First of all, they provide me with a tremendous academic background in order to earn a fairly decent living, item 1. And item 2, a balanced social life. We had more fun out here between the lakes and getting along with our fellow citizens was indeed a pleasure.
my question is the same. What it says here, what Tri-State means to you? I guess that means what it would mean to me, not to you. Well, the same was along the same vein. Our oldest son was born here, and it meant we got a jump start after the war to get active in the work, and we've made a lot of friends in the church, the Christian church here, and we still try to maintain contact with them. The Smurs, we knew them, and we haven't seen them till today for a long time. So this Tri-State, besides being a good, solid school, and then fool around with a lot of extra activity, and at that time, what it meant that we could get to work in a hurry. So that's what it meant to us.
What Tri-State means to me is probably about my whole life, because I was born in Angola and came up to this campus in the late 20s, believe it or not, and played. Dr. Reynolds will testify that I was here in 1884. It means so much to me because it's been almost my life. As you know, I was here for 11 years, alumni director, and I had a businessman go and do a lot of students, a lot of good relationships through the years. I used to say that 13,000 alumni, I knew them, all of them by first name. The other thing I want to say, I was 52 years of age when I applied for my first job ever in my life. I sold McBride Cleaners in 1976, and I came up and asked for a job at Tri-State, and for some unknown reason, they hired me. Favorite campus activity? I was single for the first 2 years or so here at school, so I can't think of a campus activity that was my favorite.
What does Tri-State mean to me? I think what Tri-State means to me, my first lesson I learned was chemistry class. I forgot who, but I think it was a professor. Half the class flunked the first quiz. And he said, well, if you fellows are going to graduate from Tri-State, he said, you're going to have to learn to read. That was a good lesson because I spent a lot of time reading, and it taught me one thing. If you don't know, read. And I think that's what Tri-State set for me was a goal in life, and you can accomplish anything if you apply yourself.
There we go.
This is favorite campus activity.
Well, as some of you know, I was the editor-in-chief of the Triangle and also associate editor of the Modulus with Jack Wine. He was ahead of me all the time. He was the editor of the Triangle, and I was editor-in-chief, and I had Bill as one of my feature writers, which he did a lot of writing. One thing about it is that we were all World War II guys, which on the same level, from different branches of the service, which and we all got along great. They first put us at the Lake James. What was the name of the hotel? Sheets Hotel. Crooked Lake. And it was not insulated. Came from Texas, wintertime here. Danny was in top bunk. At that time, they put 4 people in a room, 2 bunks on each side. Danny was on top, I was on the bottom. Hank was up, another one. One night, all of a sudden, from the top bunk comes a guy charging, Geronimo! Danny. At that time, we had to wash our own clothes and put them in the line. He came right on top of the line.
It was off campus.
Most memorable professor in life. I had quite a few here at Tri-State. Dr. Alice Curry, Dr. Radcliffe, Hawthorne, Professor Hawthorne, and I would say probably the one that sticks in my mind most is Dr. Radcliffe. I've got to say, to me, a professor taught us some thesaurus that was really accomplished. You know what a thesaurus is? It's got to be over 70 years old.
True confession. Most mischievous moment. This is a tough one because I came here in 41 at first, and there's a railroad track that goes down here, and every so often they used to park cattle cars down here. One night we got the bright idea, and it was around Halloween, we got went down there, unhooked a couple of cars, and pushed them across the highway over here, and we let out the cattle. How did you know?
Favorite campus activity? Probably had to be Friday afternoons, when most of us went down to the rendezvous buffet at the end of the railroad track. And we would sit down there and tell stories, tell about the different services we had just come from, and we got to know each other pretty well. And there was a Spanish student, can't recall his name, but I found out today he was not Spanish, he was from the beginning. And he was in the civil department. He may even be here today. But the Spanish fraternity was known to have more money than probably any other fraternity on the campus. So whenever they needed money, they would always call their dads who had plantations and whatever else. So the one student got the idea that he would call his dad and tell him that he needed $500 for a cement mixer. So his dad had a pretty good idea because he'd send him many hundreds and $500 bills for different projects. So one day on the railroad flatbed down here at the railroad track, instead of $500, in from the cement mixer.
You better be careful. You're going to be stealing some of John McBride's speech, I think, for tomorrow night.
I'm another one that has the most memorable professor and why. But I would choose Prof. Humphreys. And the main reason why is real simple. He knew, in all of our opinion, how the mop would flop, and he told us, and it did. And that's all there was to it.
My most memorable professor and why? I guess I would choose Professor Hawthorne. I enjoyed aeronautics. I started out with I guess it was a long time ago, 25-cent model airplane that you glued together. A lot of you did, and I did that for years, and I guess I talked airplanes until I finally came here and started aeronautical engineering. And Professor Hawthorne was an excellent professor, and we had good times listening to him in class. And occasionally when he would tell war stories, I think he worked for the Navy. I don't know if he's here, but Mushlet, I remember would say, "Get out the baloney, Prof, we've got to learn it." So, Hawthorne would get back to the subject.
Mine's on the most serious moment, but I do want to mention one thing. I was here, came from high school, right at Tri-State in 1944. Stayed a couple of quarters, went to the Army, came back 2 years later. I was walking up the steps in the administration building and didn't know a soul. And I got to the top, and there's a gentleman who says, "Welcome back, Steve." And that was Glenn Brad. I couldn't believe that anybody would remember my name. Now for the most mischievous moment. There used to be a boarding house over in the corner over there by the name of Hoagland's Boarding House. And if you're aware, Steuben County in Indiana is very Republican. He was probably the staunchest Republican that ever was in Angola. And we would eat there. And we would read the papers about what FDR was doing. And we would tell him about it. Damn, that
My question was, what does Tri-State mean? Of course, everything, everyone said, education. A great and most happy life. But here's these old memories. I tended bar and waited table in both the Sheets Hotel and the Rendezvous Tavern. And also, I just found out this evening that
Mine is the most memorable college living experience. Well, I think it was the fact that my wife and I we had a little girl by that time. We lived in a luxury apartment over in Fremont, above the pool hall. And the biggest thing about it was that cigarette smoke came up through the floor. Neither one of us smoked, but we got all the benefits. And then one day, our fire went out. We had a heater, an oil heater, and I went to start it up, and it didn't catch right away, and I got about that much oil in the bottom of the tank, and I finally got it going, and I thought I was going to burn the place down. It's so hot in there. But that was memorable. And then our second daughter was born while I was going to Tri-State, which is also memorable.
Well, mine also is the most memorable college living experience. And I note that nobody had any difficulty after going to these taverns. Well, I came home one night and I had too much and I got sick, and it was awful. But 405 East Maumee across from Camper Hospital, and I had to vomit, so I headed for the street, see, and I couldn't stop, see, and here was all these cars going back and forth. So I grabbed the first tree I got, and that saved my life. And besides that, I had a memorable experience working across the Cameron, hauling beds around and what they call that big roller. We had to roll around there too. So I'm glad nobody else had trouble going to these taverns like I did.
I remember the professor and why. I want to tell you about a moment when he just came up about the cafeteria. We was in here one time having coffee, and there were four of us. One guy said, well, he'd go up and get 4 coffees. So he went up to 4 coffee. Cup and saucer in each hand, 4 of them coming back. Top cup fell off of one. So he dropped the other 2 to catch that one when he did. We had 4 cups of coffee on the floor, but the professor was Clyde Shaw. I mean, I'm grateful I came here after the military. Out of high school, I would have quit. Because I went in there, initial course with him, and he came in, he picked people out, and he picked on them and all that stuff. And he didn't talk up loud, he yelled, speak up, everybody paying tuition, and all that stuff. But then you throw it in the paper, good or bad. I think in the beginning he said, wait, he'd come back with a big X on it, you all lost, or something like that. If I came here out of high school, I would have quit. And I'm grateful for him, because all he was trying to do was wake me up and say, you do it my way or no way.
Well, mine was the most memorable college living experience, and I guess the barracks weren't up when you older guys were here, but when I came here, we had the barracks, and they were down in the east end of town, and I don't remember what street it was on, but they were truly barracks. I mean, they had an oil heater in, it was a big 55-gallon drum outside, and we ran out of oil, it got cold. And one end, it was just like a military barracks. I didn't stay there very long. I came here in September, and in the second semester I got out of there because it was cold. And besides that, was long walk up campus. So I moved up onto Broad Street into an upstairs room, and that was the most memorable part because I met a great couple who had the front half of the upstairs, which was a bigger room than I had, but they had a TV. And so we used to get together and watch TV once in a while. And there were 4 of us lived upstairs in that house. There was 1 bathroom. And so it was very memorable. I still communicate and still see folks that live there, Jack and Margaret Holmes.
I got my most memorable moment. Mine goes back, like some of the others I've heard, down to the rendezvous. It was after GI checks came in. One night I was sitting there, and I think I somewhat jokingly, maybe seriously, told Marge Latham, the owner, that I thought the beers were a little bit small. She turned and took a vase and took the flowers out and dumped it, gave me a beer in a face. And then they retired it, and that became my glass every time I went which was quite a few times.
Mine was the most memorable professor, and I don't think I'll ever forget Quentin Hawthorne. Before I came to school here, I was in the Air Force, and we drove up the year before, that would be 54. And here Quentin was building this wind tunnel here. And what I appreciated about him was he had good hands-on experience. He's very practical. I loved all his stories. And he told a lot of stories, but a lot of them applied, to aeronautics. And then in later years, several years before he died, he had contract work with Cessna, and I'd see him sometimes down there working on a contract job, and we'd get to visit a little bit. So he not only became a great professor to me, but he was a great friend also.
Friend?
What does it mean to me? I think, remember back, Tri-State was a working boys school where you earned a little money, whatever your job you could get. You came here for 1, 2, luckily 3 terms on it, and you were gone somewhere. Later on, you'd probably show up again next year for some more classes. Well, I happen to be one of the fortunate ones. I came directly from high school, which wasn't the majority of the clothes at that time. And I managed to continue through and finished in 38, December 38. Someone mentioned this place over here being a place to eat. Well, I think when I first came here, I was in a rooming house, Wheaties, across the street from the campus here, in which there were 19 of us living in that house, and she set a table. It cost $3.50 a week for 20 meals. Now, when you sit down at that long table, they open a loaf of bread at one end. You hope there was some left when you got Well, I've been fortunate. I came back here 10 years ago to mark 50 years. At that time, I'd been out of the hospital a couple of years, and when I left, the doctor said, well, you have 2 years, so anything you want to do when you begin to feel better, you better go do it. So this is 2 years later when I'm here, and I told folks at that time, well, I'm starting to borrow some time, and I'm going to borrow some more. And I'm still borrowing.
Where'd you find those to borrow? Just in case we need some, where did you borrow them?
I'm worrying on who I'm going to have to pay it to.
I got the one that wants to know what Tri-State means to me. Well, I was one of these original stand-up comedians at the local fraternity house. So I don't know where you guys come up with all these jokes, but I can't figure funny out of this one. It just strikes me as very serious. So I thought I would tell you something of what it does mean to me, and that was that I did have to do a lot of work. And that was a mean thing to do, to make a guy who didn't want to work too hard to work hard. And I'll tell you why. I had a lot of trouble back at the University of Pittsburgh. There was 120 people in my class, and the professor didn't want to teach out of the book yet. He tested out of the book, and I just couldn't make it. But when I came here, Mr. Porter said on the first Monday of our chemistry class, if you're going to make it through this course, you must know the valences. This Friday, we're going to have a test on the valences. Here's the list of them, and now you must memorize them by Friday. By rote, that sounded like for school children, which I must admit I was. And how am I happy I memorized things and I learned things from that. And it just all followed, everything in its place. And I was really very happy because I haven't given up my research and studies of things, whether it be productive or not always, but I've enjoyed it a lot, and I think I learned that academic way right here. Thank you.
Most mischievous moment. Well, I wasn't a mischievous type of guy.
Not what your wife told me earlier.
But I do recall we had an Army Reserve unit that met in the old ice house right here. And we met every week, and it got, I think boring, but it got a lot boring. These guys that just came back from Korea to keep interested. We contacted the Army base down in Indianapolis, Fort Harrison, and we were a bridge company here. So they sent us up a 19-foot bridge erection boat that had a big engine in it, along with a credit card so we could buy gas. We unloaded it here at the railroad. A contractor took it to Lake James, and when we take that boat out on Lake James, we got many complaints because that thing turned up such a weight that the fishermen could hardly stay in their boat. We finally had to send that boat back.
I got the question about who was your most memorable professor and why. I remember some of the professors. Jared, for example, Ross Butler, and Porter. But the most memorable one was Cecil Hawk. You guys in CE probably still remember him too. I want to tell you about a little story about Cecil and I. I haven't told this to too many people, and you'll understand why. After being in the military for 4 years, I wasn't quite used to going to school, and I'd forgotten a great deal of what I learned. And I remember the first day in class, Cecil asked me a question. And I don't remember what the question was, and I don't remember what my response was. But Cecil smiled, you know, and he had those long, tobacco-stained teeth. He said, son, he said, I've seen a better head on a hammer.
Mine is the most mischievous moment, and unlike John, I was a little mischievous. But I'm sure a few of you remember Professor Minard Rose. I think Professor Rose taught thermodynamics and fluid mechanics, and his classes were typically the size of Coke bottles. Dr. Rose would frequently come into class and get to the blackboard and work about 10, 15 minutes to find out that that was not the class he was teaching. He typical asked him, I'm a professor, but he also couldn't see, and I don't think his hearing was very good either. In the springtime, what we always try to do is we would kind of ease to the back of the room over here where they have sliding windows before air conditioning. And the first nice day, we'd slide those windows open and see how many of us could get back out of that classroom before he caught us. I did. Get up there.
Mine is the most mischievous moment. Us accounting majors had us study all the time. We didn't have time to do I can't really understand. You know, I used to hear in the fraternity house how much study these engineers had to do. And I can't believe that you guys indulge in all this activity.
Up on the campus, my wife and I, we were down in the GI barracks down there in John's. And I remember watching the fraternity, all the fraternities used to play touch football down there. To see lots of Alpha favorite activity was, there was little breaks during the fall. We could have those games. In fact, I think we were 57. We were undefeated, unscored upon, in all the fraternities here at the campus. We had a good time.
My name's Charles Jones. My question is, what tri-state means to you, to me? But the biggest important thing, I told a story, my father raised 8 children. Out of those 8 children, 2 of them came from Kentucky up to tri-state. Each one of us he raised 6 children, all graduated from college. I raised 3. One of them was born here, and she came today with me. Curious what tri-state meant, what exists here. That's the biggest thing, and having the neighbors here that we live in the barracks down there together is very important. 40 years since we've seen each other. It's part of our family get-together, which is great.
Mine is favorite campus activity. And I don't want to get in trouble answering this. I got to set the stage for this. You know, I was in the Army, and 22 years old, just got out of the Army, and came 1,000 miles from where I live in Boston, Tri-State. When I got here, I didn't really want to stay in the barracks or any of the residence halls. I wanted to be on my own. So I met a couple of friends that were just starting out the school too. One was from the Navy that was a couple of years older than me. Another one was a young kid who was just out of high school, 18 years old. We called him the kid, because I was 22. Well, Frank and me really became close friends. He was from the Navy, like I say, and we went down and we hired a apartment, 3 people. And we were there a few days. And I said to him, Frank, something's missing here. You know? I said, yeah. I said, you know, I don't see any co-eds around here. He said, you know, they didn't say that in the catalog. So I said, you know, Frank, we've got to do something about this. So he says, well, I don't know what we can do. We've already registered. Here we are. And we went along, did almost nothing activity-wise for maybe 3 months. But then an amazing thing happened. We had started in December, in the winter term. Spring came, then summer. We discovered the lakes. We discovered Hamilton Beach. And we discovered Bledsoe Beach. And for single guys that had been in the service, didn't have anything to do for 6 months, this was quite a revelation. I don't want to say what my activity was. I do want to say this, though, that I had a 1952 Plymouth. And that Plymouth, I think, you know, I've been told that the early computer technology was developed at IBM, or perhaps at MIT, the early 50s. But I think really Chrysler had something to do with it. Because my 52 Plymouth, I think, had a memory system in it. Because when I came out of my apartment, got in the car and drove down the driveway, all I had to do was turn left, and the car would automatically find its way to Hamilton Beach. All I had to do was turn right, and the car would automatically find its way to Bledsoe Beach. I think that this was the first system. And Dr. Reynolds, really, you know, we saw all these great things that have happened at Tri-State in the past 40 years. I haven't been back for 40 years. Beautiful engineering building that didn't quite look like that when I was here. The new library, a lot of great things. But I think the best accomplishment you ever made was this, having the statistic I saw this afternoon, which was that this Tri-State now has 40% women.
I have a most memorable discussion of mine. One that I remember the most, probably very important. I remember it mostly because he took the time to teach and care.
paid.
My question is, what Tri-State means to you, what means, what everybody else is, and everything I can add, it's glad to be in the schools, good and productive life, enjoy everything. Oh, one other thing, I didn't trust me, but I didn't have time to go over it. You, I heard on Saturday
My question is what Tri-State means to you, to me. Well, I'm not quite sure, but I was stationed in Fort Dodge, California, when I saw a Tri-State advertisement in the magazine. And at that point, I had a feeling right there. I cannot explain it, but I came to Tri-State, and that feeling is still here, 40 years later.
Favorite campus activity? I didn't have any campus activity. No, I didn't do much of that either. Well, I did have a 1963 Corvair convertible. I graduated double A in '69. And my favorite activity was to get off campus with that car. What studying I did, though, I remember doing some calculus in a bowling alley north of town, and I studied thermodynamics and thought a lot of me in. Most of my history and econ at the 4-H park overlooking Crooked Lake. I remember some advanced math at Hillsdale College's Leadership Laboratory. And I discovered a girlfriend in Fort Wayne. But I've never missed a homecoming but one since I graduated. I still feel Tri-State is, I spent my life at Tri-State. I come home whenever I come back this way.
Boy, sounds like everybody had a great time here at Tri-State, and I know all of you today saw a lot of the changes that have taken place. Phil Stockberger gave us a great campus tour today, and tomorrow you'll see, the west end of campus. So before I turn it over to Dr. Reynolds, I would like to just remind everybody about the schedule tomorrow and just a few things. Tomorrow morning, starting at 8 a.m., we'll have the Continental Breakfast up at Zollner Clubhouse. From 9 to 1, we have a couple of tea times reserved. I know there was only 4 people that had signed up for golf, but I do have 2 tea times reserved, just in case another foursome wants to join them. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll start a community tour, and that's going to start on the west end of Hershey Hall. And before we start on the tour, I know some of you had mentioned you'd like to go in and take a look at Hershey, the General Hershey's Museum there. And I'm hoping I can get a key before tomorrow to get that unlocked. So hopefully we'll get a chance to get in there before we go on the community tour. Also on the program, there was a couple luncheons tomorrow. One was a campus luncheon, and then the other was a lunch out of Pokagon. And I know we had probably at least 33 that had signed up for the lunch at Pokagon. And depending on the weather, and if it's too hot, we would definitely still drive out there, and we can vote tomorrow whether we want to come back to campus and eat in the air-conditioned place, or whether we'd like to stay at a Pokagon. There are some picnic tables out there for us to have lunch at, so we can do whatever you wish tomorrow on that, for that event. Then from 2 to 3, Dr. Reynolds will give the update on the university, where we were, where we are now, and where our future is headed. He'll do that tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, and that is going to be in Shambaugh Hall in the student lounge where we registered today. And then at 3 o'clock, John Dines is going to be giving a little program on gift annuities, and that's going to be in Taylor Hall, the beautiful gallery that everybody went on about today on the tour. That's going to be in that building, in that room. And then tomorrow evening, we'll end with the grand banquet up at Zollner Clubhouse. And I know on the schedule today we had said we were going to take class photos, but what I think I'm going to do is go ahead and wait and do that tomorrow night when it's a little bit cooler and we're up at the clubhouse. And then just one other reminder, the bookstore will be open tomorrow from 10 to 12. So if you want to stop by the bookstore and get anything there, again, it will be open from 10 to 12 tomorrow morning. At At this time, what I would like to do is turn it over to Dr. Reynolds for the closing remarks. Go ahead.
One quick question, is dress casual for tomorrow night?
Dress casual, whatever you feel most comfortable with. Yeah, we, last year, the Saturday evening banquet was a little bit more dressier than what this evening was, but, you know, certainly if you want to wear just a shirt and slacks, that's fine, whatever. I always tell people whatever they feel comfortable with. So, and one other thing before I turn it over, I was just, when everybody else was talking, I was talking with Ann Ellison, right? And she was telling me that she worked here in the cafeteria, was one of the first ones here that worked here in the cafeteria back in 1947, so, when it opened, yeah. So I'll turn it over right now to Dr. Reynolds, who, like I said earlier, came to Tri-State in 1993, and I have to give credit to himself and his administrative officers for what they have done the past 6 years, I guess it's been since he's been here, almost 6 years, for what they've done. If all of you have been keeping up with our current readings, we were in a little bit of financial trouble 6 years ago, and they have done a phenomenal job of turning the university around and heading us in the right direction. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Reynolds.
I don't know how many times she said, I thought just one more thing. One thing Melanie told me not to stay up here too long, it's too hot. Normally I do 45 minutes. Were any of you in Houston last year? You were in Austin. Because then she told me that night after I quit, she's sitting in the back, you know, she's going, that it was, what, 3 hours? That's a lot. But anyhow, tomorrow it's only going to be about 2.5. Worked on it a little bit and cut it down. No, I'm not going to keep you tonight. It's a little hot in here. But one thing I want to tell you is, you know, how proud of all of us are every time we have one of these lectures. I sit here tonight and listen to you guys, you know, back what you went through. A lot of you were through World War II, I know. And, you know, how well you've done since that time. And all of us here are really proud of you. I've, you know, been a president of 3 schools. This is the 3rd school, and I've never had alumni meetings or the type of people that we have here, and the feeling towards the institution that our graduates have towards Tri-State. I went to school in Wisconsin, graduated in 1989. 1889? No, in 1961, so I've been out 37 years. And you guys are really fortunate. I mean, I say you guys because there wasn't a woman. Did you notice that? Not one woman got up and talked. So they are right. It was a tough road, wasn't it? But in 37 years since I graduated from the school, I have never heard from them, nor have ever been there. So it's a strange situation. Tri-State is different, and I think that's true of many people, let's say of your age or my age, that have never heard from the school where they graduated from. So you're really fortunate to be able to get them together, and some of you haven't seen each other for what, 40 years? 50 years, first time in 50 years. So this is a great experience. Tomorrow I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we've done in the past few years, where we are now, where we hope, you know, to go in the next 4 or 5 years. And the only question I have, I've asked this before, how many of you were here when they built the old engineering building? Any of you? The one, Faywick, and it was in the 40s? When was that built, John? You're the only one old enough, you're blind to remember. When did they build Faywick? 41? 41. I think it was finished in 41. How many civils do we have here? None of you will admit to being here when it was built. That's what I'm trying. Were you here when they were building that? Why is it you guys, were you a civil?
No.
No. I was wondering why they poured so much concrete. Because I asked these guys, and some of you have heard this before, when you go in that sponsel, who was this that Cliff sponsel? Yeah, I talked to Cliff yesterday. He's in Santa Barbara. He's in great shape. Cliff is a fellow he's talking about, graduated in 1936. 32 or so. He's almost 90 years old. He's still on the board, great shape. But I've asked this, I don't know how many times, you go in what's called Sponsel Tower, that center entryway. Those of you that were here before, you recall how you used to walk in there and then go up 3 steps? You'd walk over and you'd go down 3 steps? When I first came here, I'm not an engineer. I was one of those guys that had to work. So us business graduates never had a lot of time to screw around, right? And I was going to be an engineer, but I thought, nah, and get into something a little more rigorous, like accounting. Anyhow, I'd go in that building, and you wonder, why do you go up 3 steps and across and down 3 steps? And I was sure, being this engineering school, you guys are really bright. There's a reason for all of this. And I'd go downstairs every once in a while in the basement and look up and try to figure out what was buried in there. And, I never thought too much about it. Anyhow, they came when we were renovating a couple of years ago. They came and started demoing it. It took them, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks to get that cement out there. They really went at it because there was tons and tons of cement. They got it out and there wasn't a stinking thing there. I don't know, does civils take any other course than pouring concrete? But Tom Enneking, I don't know if you've met Tom, he's our vice president, academic vice, he's a civil engineer. And I told him, maybe the guy that shipped in the cement mixer, maybe that's what they used. Because there's no other reason, I don't think, I've done that.
Put the building up first, then knock the basement, knock the building out.
Anyhow, I'm going to let you go. One guy I don't want to, Melanie didn't introduce one person here who's been here longer than John McBride even. Glenn, just stand up. Let him see. Let him see what this guy, 1920, what was it, Glenn?
I came here in 1928.
28,
Graduated in 1930.
Graduated in 1930. Glenn has had pretty much every job there is. He was acting president a couple times, registrar, CE faculty, just about everything. He's married almost everybody in Steuben County. He said he's buried almost everybody he knows. I'm not going to stay many more years because I don't want to. But anyhow, Glenn is the university chaplain now. He's probably the first guy I met. I had some surgery a couple of years ago. He was the first guy to come on, the only guy to come on to see me. At the house, he was right out there. I think he was going to pray for me. He thought it was all over. Anyhow, Glenn usually likes to say something. I never let him talk till I'm finished. Then I leave. But Glenn, we'll let you, if you want to say something other than pray. But no, we're really proud of Glenn. It's going to be 3 years in October. We had his 90th 3 years ago, his 90th birthday party. So I think in October, Glenn from the
Halloween.
So the reason he looks so spooky is born on Halloween. Anyhow, that's Melanie. You got anything else to say? It's too hot to stay here any longer, I think, right? So we're going to see you guys tomorrow sometime. I'll tell you everything there is to know. We'll be out of there by 6 o'clock if we get started at 3, before dinner. Don't wear a tie tomorrow. It's going to be too hot. Don't pay any attention to Melanie. Last year, it wasn't anywhere near this hot. That's why some people got to wear ties. But it's going to be just as bad tomorrow. And she's telling you there's air conditioning down there. There's not air conditioning. There really is. It should be better. And there's air conditioning here. But there's a lot of people here. And it's hot, very hot outside, so. Yeah, it's mostly, he says, just a lot of hot air. Okay, thanks for coming, and Melanie, you gonna talk to me anymore?
Thank you all for coming again, and we'll see you bright and early in the morning.
I bet the way we walk up first is going to be hotter. Nice to visit with you. See you tomorrow.
We saw your house.
I did?
Yes. Magnificent. We also got the story that the bricks came out of Main Street.
Yeah, apparently they were in the street down in the square. He's on it, he built it. Have you ever been inside? He designed it. All the corners are around. Very Spanish. All, a lot of indirect lighting in the living room like this. It's all rolled. It's not a very practical house. They use it like master bedroom. As big as this room. And then the dining room, you're lucky to get 6 people around the table. And the kitchen, you've been in our house.
Tiny, yeah.
It's like a street. Well, it's very nice. Only, at best, 3 or 4 people could eat in the kitchen. So, he was older when he built it, so I think his kids were gone, so he built it the way he wanted it. But it's not a very practical house for entertaining. It's probably get the greatest perfect feel of any house in the world. It's not very practical. They should have never bought it. But it was a long time ago, they did. What are you gonna do? We got a bunch of chairs up here.
Yeah. And we can get more chairs.
I wonder, maybe we'll have to go across the hall if we get too many more.
You want me to check in the large room there?
101 or 103 or whatever it is. This is probably more comfortable, these chairs. No, nobody ever wants to sit in the front view.
It's locked.
This is probably about it, Alice, we can see.
So there's some more people, I think, in the hall.
Maybe we better look and see how many we can get over there.
Get so much ahead, John?
I'm hoping for more. I'll do well this weekend. I think we're gonna have to go across the hall.
Might be a little too crowded here.
Make sure it's air conditioned. No, this place operates up front of the clock. He's for a long time, he's ready
Over a little bit.
Get a couple more chairs.
We need a chair. What do you need now?
We need a couple more. One there, yes.
Put some along the back wall if you got it.
Probably a big comfortable chair for one of yours, because I need to be able to get behind the camera to be able to sit.
We do that. We've got plenty of room.
Well, you've got a chair, and you made a space for it.
That'll work.
Okay, Bob.
Thanks.
Everybody got a chair? You all have paper and pencils?
You got a timer? How many minutes?
Just like when you guys were students, you all run to the back of the room. Kind of like you won't be tall enough. Nobody will see you.
They go out the window, too.
That's right. I don't have those kind of eyes. Who was that, Rose? He couldn't see at all. Can he hear either, or what?
Oh, yeah, you can hear it.
He didn't hear you going out?
Well, because he was talking to the board.
He may not have been interested.
He was going off with food.
Well, listen, I appreciate all you guys coming here, but I understand it's so hot outside, you don't want to be outside. I'm not deluding myself into thinking you're all here because this is going to be such a great hour. But, I guess. What Dave is doing is locking the doors. In case any of you would like to leave.
Fire marshal will get after you.
No, let's go out the window. They know you guys are. So anyhow, I thought what I was going to do is tonight they won't give me a chance. Melanie always puts me out last, and everybody's tired and hot and wants to go home. It's take maybe an hour or so or two. I'll tell you a little bit about, where we've been, and not historically. You guys know where this place was historically. I've only been here 5 or 6 years, so that's really about all I can talk about. But where we've come in the last 5 or 6, and then where I think maybe we're going on a number of things. I don't know if I can do it. These are just this was a shopping list. It really was. I cut the top off. So anyway, I just
had a lot of the same problems this place did. You know, it was broke, from 1984 to 280 students. You know, they were bankrupt. We were getting very close here to being bankrupt. Some of you realize in 1991 we were kind of on the ropes, to say the least. But so anyhow, I come out of Wisconsin originally, and was in South Illinois for many years, in Michigan. So I'm from the Midwest. I knew about Tri-State. I worked with a guy at Northern Michigan University for a number of years. Ron Lewis, he was the dean of business here and vice president. Some of you, after your time, but some of you that are local people here might remember, Ron was here, I think, about 6, 8, 9 years. He's been gone. He's retired now, a number of years. But we were at Northern together in the School of Business, and he came here. I went to Illinois, and he came here, so I kind of always watched Tri-State. But I had known about Tri-State for a long time. In higher education, I think it's got a good reputation, and primarily, I think, because of engineering. I hate to say that. You know, only 2 or 3 of us are business. The rest of you guys are engineers. But it's probably true. I think, you know, had there been more of us business students, if I'd been known for business. But you guys just outnumbered. But it's our biggest problem, and we were just talking before, is enrollment. All private colleges problem today. There's not enough students for a number of colleges. There are 3,600 colleges in the United States. These are real live schools, not cosmetology schools, not truck driving schools, but community 2-year colleges and 4-year colleges. 3,600 for 250 million people. Just think about that for a second. 3,600 for 250 million. England has got 55 million people. They have 100 colleges. Now they have a different system. Those of you that ever been to England, I mean, they're much more snobbish, and a lot fewer kids go to school than they do here. But from the time you guys went, when I went to school, and some of you went before I did, not a couple of you did. But I mean, basically, when all of us were in school, only probably about 10 or 15% of high school graduates went to college. Today, it's up pushing around 50% in the United States. Many of them will go to 2-year school, community colleges. I don't know where all of you are from, but a lot of you spent time in Florida. Florida is one of the big community college states. California is number 1. They have about 120 junior colleges. Almost all came into existence since 1962 or 3. Community college system came in the early 60s. In Indiana, when you people were here, there was no Ivy Tech. Maybe some of you are a little more recent, but probably hardly any. A lot of you don't even know what Ivy Tech is. It's the Indiana Vocational Technical College. That's our 2-year schools in Indiana. We didn't have a community college system. It's the same thing. And then the regional campuses of Indiana U and Purdue came in about the same time. IPFW, which is Indiana, Purdue, Fort Wayne. Most of you don't even know that exists if you haven't been back. It's got 11,000 students today. There's one in Kokomo, there's one in Richmond, there's one in Indianapolis. Where else? South Bend. They're everywhere. Gary, Hammond. They're all over the state. But they enroll between Ivy Tech and the regional in Indiana today. Enroll 100,000 students. Now they were in existence in the 60s, early 60s. So there's 100,000 students today that we would have, or Ball State, or somebody would have if it hadn't been for those schools. And that's true throughout the surrounding states. Michigan is very big in community colleges. Ohio is very big. Illinois has got probably 60 or 70 of them over there. So the competition is fierce. There are going to be a lot of private schools go out of business in the next 10 years. Private schools like Tri-State, not necessarily like Tri-State, but primarily I think the liberal arts schools are going to fight the best. They just, they can't compete. There just aren't enough people. You hear people will say, well, yeah, they read in the paper where there's going to be a big increase in 18-year-old high school students. That's true. It is starting back up. But if you take it to the next step, where the growth is among the Hispanics and the blacks. And the growth states are California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and Florida. Not up here. Not in Illinois. And it's, you look around this room, how many blacks and Hispanics do you see? How many of you are ever seen here? I mean, we double-edged sword too, because engineering requires a very good student. This is hard for me to really get down and talk about. But it does, it requires, you know, only 6 to 7% of all high school graduates want to be engineers. That's a fact, that's all. That's not very many. So if you get 100 kids in a high school class, 6%, 6 of them want to be engineers. That's one thing. So maybe only half of them are capable, so now you're down to 3. And, you know, that's not very many. So, I mean, that's a problem. And second, you know, it's a difficult, as you guys remember, calculus, chemistry, that stuff's not very easy. So you lose a lot of them once you get them here. So we don't have a typical curriculum here. I mean, business is not, you know, you get an accounting, we were talking last night, accounting is not easy. And then we've got teacher education. Those are our 3 big things, engineering, business. Teacher education probably makes up 85, 90, maybe 90% of all of our students here go. So, and that's good and it's bad. I mean, I think that's the way we have to stay focused like that. But we've got, in the past 5 years, we've stayed from, well, probably in the last 20 years, this thing hasn't varied. It stayed between 1,000 and 1,200 students. I would say we've been around 1,100 students for 20 years. 25. The only big periods we had, you guys were in some of them, was after World War II. We were up to, what, 15,000 students? When Dave was here, around Vietnam time, we were about the same size. But once Vietnam was over, 73, the bottom fell off. But it fell off for everybody. And it's never come back. Since 73 or 4, we've been about, I'd say 1,100. If you took strike an average over the past 20, 25 years, you'd find it's 1,100 students. So to think that's going to change much in the next 20 years, it probably isn't. Especially if you're going to try to keep the same kind of students we have. And we are going to try to do that. So, and the enrollment is okay. If we can keep between 1,100 and 1,200 kids here in Angola, we're all right. We're not going to be rich, but we can survive. So what we've done, you know, when Dave and I came about the same time, and, you know, the one thing we thought right away we had to do is get a different market. And so we moved into this branch campus. So, you know, we've got one in Fort Wayne, and we've got one in South Bend. This fall, we should have about 200 in Fort Wayne, and probably 100 in South Bend. We're looking at opening Indianapolis next year or so. These are strictly business programs. We've decided just to go for rigor branches. And it takes them a while. But no, you can't do engineering branches. We've got to do it. But I mean, to go in branch campus engineering is tough. How are you going to do the labs? You got a very small market, et cetera, et cetera. I think we could do it. But we wanted to start with something that we knew there was a market. Business is the most popular degree in college. About 15 to 18% of all students opt for business. That's the #1 program throughout the United States. So we go after, in the branches, the average age of the kids are about 35 years old. There are people that have had 1, 2, 3 years of college, and they're looking to complete a degree. Same with South Bend. The only South Bend we've added criminal justice. That seems to be a hot program over there for some reason. I'm not sure why. I guess it's close to Gary and Chicago, places like that. And where the prisons are. Michigan City and so on. But the enrollment here, you guys were whining last night about no women. Dave was telling me, you know, when he was here, you know, that there was only 7 women. He and Nigro were telling me that. You guys met John Nigro yesterday? I don't know if you know him. John is kind of a short, squatty guy. John graduated from his degree. He's quite a golfer here. But I told those two, you know, we're sitting in a restaurant. I said, you have no idea why there were only 7 women here? You guys looked in the mirror? But probably the top students in graduation are usually women in engineering. And I always tell you guys, we hadn't convinced them until about, 15 years ago they couldn't do math or science. And all of a sudden they found out they could. But no, we do have really good women. We're trying to get more, but it's tough. We have 20-some engineering faculty, we have 20-some. We have never had, I don't think, in history of Tri-State, a female engineering faculty member. We still don't. We've offered one a contract in civil right now, we're waiting to hear. But I think, we're gonna have to mortgage another building together. Because you can imagine how many female PhDs in engineering there are. Not very many. And pretty much everybody wants them. And if we get her, we'll get her for a couple of years. Somebody will. It's kind of like, how you get a basketball or football player. Somebody will buy her away from us, I'm sure. But I think we need some women to try to get at least a role model for some of our young females coming in. But 30%, we haven't budgeted off that much in the last, since I've been here in the last 5 years. But that's probably as high as it's ever been, maybe 30%. So the guys today have got it a little bit better.
Girls have got it really good.
Yeah.
Dave said, at 7, really good. I don't think so.
Most of them were married.
Yeah, 4 of them were already married.
4 were already married. And who was telling us there's only 1 he was here? Well, you guys, there's only 1 here today?
Yeah, I was here.
48, there was 1 woman.
Well, I'm here in 41, there was about 20 girls.
But then what they do away with the commercial?
No, they all went away through the war. And
Yeah.
in Washington, and then after the war, I know
My mother went here in '97 for normal training. Yeah, there were a lot of teachers in those
Yeah,
days.
in those days.
Before 1900.
But when I was here, all those girls were business. There was one girl, one engineer girl, and that was all. And I think there was one girl taking an accounting. The rest of us were all secretaries.
I never went to school like that. That's why I didn't come here. I heard. Like, I've seen pictures of some of the guys. I'll stay in Wisconsin. Anyhow, that's where we are enrollment-wise. And I don't see that, but we've got really, really good kids. I mean, we've made it a point in the last 4 or 5 years to go. When I got here, we were in a little bit of trouble here. Dave and I came in. When you get in trouble, you go after whatever you get. I mean, you guys are in business. You got to have either produce widgets, you got to have bodies to stay afloat. We did that for 1 year. We took some kids we shouldn't have taken, and within a year, they were gone. They just, you can't take. We found you can't go below a certain point academically. They can't make it here. So you can go get 100 of those, but in a year you'll find 75 of them are gone. Just academic, they take themselves off, and you can't retain them. So we've really pushed for some academic quality, and we were even getting comments from the board, are we becoming too much of an elitist school? I don't think so. I think, our competition is Rose-Hulman, Purdue, and engineering, and you're going to compete. You got to compete straight on with them, and they go after good kids. But the problem you find with good kids, very bright kids in engineering or any field, but especially in engineering, it costs a lot of money to get them because everybody else wants them too. We spend this year $5 million of our money just on scholarships, not federal money, not state money, but our own money. We don't have the endowment to support that. So, in other words, most of that money comes out as an operating expense. If we had an endowment, $100 million endowment, or $50 million endowment, we'd make $2-3 million more a year on the bottom line because it wouldn't come, be supported by our endowment. And many schools this age, as old as we are, do have large endowments. And that's what we're working on now. Dave can talk to you a little bit about that if he wants. But one of the first things we did, other than try to stabilize enrollment, go after kids, we had a lot of really scrubby buildings here. The place looked terrible. It was one of the worst looking places I've seen on college campuses when I came here. They let the maintenance go for probably 20 years. I mean, you lived here in town. I imagine it was about 20 years of You don't notice it year by year until all of a sudden, after 10 or 15 years, it starts snowballing. We spent the first year and a half, about $1.5 million, just to get ourselves in compliance with the ADA handicap accessibility. They were on our case, the government was. There's none of the buildings, you guys remember in the engineering building, all bathrooms were on half floors. Remember that? You never thought about that, right? Right. I guess that was by design, like the 3 steps in the concrete. I think whoever was in the engineering group, well, I know it wasn't you guys. Whoever that group was, you had to go up 4 steps to the bathroom, you had to go down. If you're in a wheelchair, how are you going to get there? You know, in the old days, you could carry the guy up, but the government won't allow you to do that anymore. It must be against the law to help somebody go up the steps. So we had to do that. In Best, we had to do that over here. We had to go to the library, and they had a body in the government that it's like Sears Roebuck catalog. Either we comply with that by 94 or something, or they're going to come in, and if they come in and really set it, then you run the risk of losing federal financial aid, which all the students get. If you don't have that, you don't have a school, because all the students wait, they can't get guaranteed student loans and stuff. So we had to do that. We've taken down 11 buildings in the past 4 years. Three you'll be most familiar with it, because some of you not. The 3 old dorms, all wood flat, and Cameron down there, and that's where football fields can go. We took down the old ice house. I heard someone last night mention the ice house. Yeah. We really weren't using that. We had a lot of excess space in the Earl building behind Taylor here, and that was really a mess. I mean, that was in terrible shape. So we took that down. We took Pizza Inn down, where we call Tom's Pizza on the corner over here from the library, and 2 houses that we had acquired. I don't think, probably the college didn't own them over here, but there were a house on each side of that we had acquired. We took those down. We took, if you look up that hill as you go up towards the units, the dorms, there were houses up there. We acquired most of them. We took those down. They were all pretty bad. We were just talking up the door. Somebody was asking, who wants some of these dumps across the street? Well, not us. Mostly local realtors. And they rent to our students, of course. And, you know, they're holding out. They figure we're going to pay a big price for them. You know. Most of them don't have windows, and I'm sure they have furnaces on them. All terrible. And everybody assumes, of course, that there are, because when you're driving down the street, because, Tri-State must own them down there. So anyway, we've taken down 11 buildings. I'm not planning on taking down any more, except this one we just came out of, Centennial, is going to have to go, where we had much less too hot. I decided last night. We've got it. You know, it was a 19 whatever. World War I barracks, really. It was temporary, like the old bookstore, the one we took down.
Yep.
And, you know, it was built, 50 years ago to use for 2 or 3 years, like all colleges. And 50 years later, they're still here. But what we're trying to do is get something to look decent here. It's starting to come, and you got all these buildings that really, there's no symmetry to the campus here. And as we fix these buildings, it's starting to look pretty good up here. And you have 1 or 2 of these that really out of place. The other one that, you know, it's not a controversy. We were just talking about outside, I think, John, somebody else and I. What are we going to do with the administration building? And that's a discussion for the board. And I told you before, I told some of you, it's hard to get a logical discussion, probably with many of you too, but with the board, we've got a lot of alumni on the board, and it's a very emotional issue. If somebody says tear that bugger down, boy, everybody throws up their hands. We can't. Nobody has a reason why we can't, but you can't because it's been there for 100 years. Well, we've got to make a decision on that because we can't use it. It's not handicap accessible. We haven't really used it for 3 years now. We used it temporarily for faculty while we redid the engineering building, but we got to abandon it again, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. It's probably going to cost us, if we renovate, $2.5 to $3 million. You could probably tear it down and build a replica, which is just like it 50 yards out in the green there. For I would guess about the same money. You really have a new building and a functional one. It can still have the, you know, you can put a tower on. This tower is burned off, as you know. The top floor burned off, probably before your time. We had another fire since most of you were in here. So if we do it, it's going to have to be taken right down demonstration building, if we do save it, it's not gonna be the real building. It's gonna be a brand new building sitting in the same place. So I guess, my point is, what's the difference if it's a new building sitting there, or a new building looks like it's sitting 50 yards out? So you've got some, or down in that parking lot, so you've got a nice spot up here. And we're kind of fighting that right now. We have about half the board are saying, maybe we should take it down, the other half are saying we can't, because, wind tunnel was in there. I did this in that building, I did that in that building. I asked them, what if it were your building? You keep it, we're not talking about that. You still have your 1948 Chevy? So, anyhow, well, we've got to do something with it fairly soon, because if we don't, and, what they talked about is put $500,000 in putting windows in the new roof and tuck pointing. That's a lot of money just to preserve it, but if we're going to keep it, ultimately, you have to do that, or it's going to get worse. The tuck point is shot, the windows are shot, and the roof is still leaks. So, and the roof, if you notice, one side is this high, the other side is this high, you probably never look at it. You go out and take a look at it. It's not symmetrical. I don't know who designed that one. But it's not. I noticed that, being I'm not an engineer, I know this crazy thing. I never did until I came here. When you come to an engineering school, you expect everything to be, look, and if it's not, then if you're not an engineer, then you make comments to engineering.
The business and teaching school.
Oh, you guys were here, you said.
That's right.
Teachers don't know any better. But what we've done, we've done a lot of work. You see, that building is $5 million, and it was well worth it. There's no question. 5 years ago, you could walk around this campus and look. It's an engineering school, for the most part, we're half or more engineering. The worst building on campus is, guess what? The engineering building. It's logical, I guess. They say we can't get any engineering students. They say, no kidding. The admissions department wouldn't take people in the building. They're ashamed to take people in there. And now, God, we can't wait to get through there. It's making a difference, right? There's no question. Because 18-year-old kids, they're your own kids, your own grandchildren. They don't think like we do. They've been brought up on TV. Everybody's got new buildings. Kids go to Rose Home or they go to Purdue. Everything's brand new. They come here and they look at their little building. They're looking at this building now, looking at what takes place in the building. You can learn, you can't learn. That's not the point. I want something, state-of-the-art building with all the state-of-the-art computers. So we had to do that. So what we did, kicked off a long-range plan campaign, 2.5 years, 3 years this homecoming in October. Excuse me, $14 million campaign. Biggest item in it was payroll. We're at $14 million right now. We hit the goal. So at the last board meeting, we did it in 2.5 years instead of 5. The board said we might as well do 20. I suppose if we get 20, they'll say we might as well do 30. That's all they should have just not. Only had 7 at this point. But we didn't get the 4. We'll do 20. I think we got 2 more years in October, and we got to extend it to 20 million. I think in the next 6 months we'll be at 15. Probably. We've got a couple of things in the fire right now, and after today, I figure we'll be at 17. That's why Dave said,
You want a check or cash?
He also, I don't know if you noticed that little metal box he carries around, cash box. That's ridiculous.
Credit card.
So, but we've got 2 major things to do here. One is the University Center, which we're not going to build, but we're going to remodel Stewart Hall. We need because it's too hot. They don't use it all since Stewart. We put a game room in there last year in the basement of Stewart, which is got large screen TVs, pool tables, etc. It's very nice. But we've got to put a new remodel a dining room, put a new kitchen on. It's just not quite big enough. And then possibly put on a game room or so upstairs or a computer room. That we think we're going into Lilly Foundation for a $3 million grant in the next month or 2. We think we got a good shot at getting this. This is the first time, for those of you in Indiana, you know who the Lilly going after, we have a match 25%, so we're going after $3 million with $1 million of our own match. We figured for $4 million, we can do that, we can do the University Center, and we can do a $500,000 in the library route, I think, and some other technology. We're wiring all of 6 dorms right now to the internet from computers, and that's going to cost us several $100,000. But that's another thing, kids can't bring computers today, and they want to plug it in, play games or whatever they do. 7 out of 8 hours they're playing games, and 1 hour they're working on their courses. But yeah, it's a thing you've got to do. It's kids, this is what they've been brought up on. It's kind of like telling your kids or grandchildren they're not going to have a TV, you have to listen to the radio. You don't do that anymore. They want TV. So, and it's the same with the computers. But anyhow, we plan on finish this $20 million campaign in a couple more years, and then once we do that, we've got to kick off like $30 to $50 million campaign just for an endowment. If we don't have an endowment, I'd say at least a $50 million, preferably $100 million endowment. $100 million endowment would yield about $6 million a year if you were say you got 6% return. We're spending $5 million right now on scholarships. That should be covered by our endowment. It's not. So $50 million would cover about $3 million, which would be a lot better than we are. But we think, once we finish this one, we've got a good shot of going after maybe a $30 million campaign strictly for endowment, which would be used for scholarships. When I say we spend $5 million, that's a lot of money. But we're average in private schools in the United States. They're all spending between 30 and 40% of their tuition. They're discounting it back or giving 30 or 40% of it back in scholarships. That's just how it is. And you say, why don't you cut tuition this much and cut it? But you can't convince people, they never come if you do that. They think you're trying to screw them out of some money. But everything would be the same. So we're in this war. It just keeps escalating. Someday tuition is going to be $100,000, and we're going to spend whatever it is. Or, $60,000 per student financial aid. Everybody will be happy. It would be just like it would be today or like it was 10 years ago. But it's the same old inflation, type thing. So anyhow, that's where we're going, on the campaign. Somebody asked me about international students. Out of the kids we have here, we have somewhere usually between 11 and 1,150 kids here. We got up as high as 240 international students 3 years ago, which was an awful lot for this size school and an awful lot for this size town. The worst problem was 50% of them were from Malaysia, who are great kids, speak English very well, but all of you know what happened in Malaysia 5 months ago. The bottom fell out. And guess what's happening to those students? They're evaporating. The tuition doubled overnight here, but everywhere, because the ringgit went from, 2.5 to 1 to 4 to 1. So the tuition just for those kids is sky. In Indonesia is even worse. We have those kids with Singaporeans. That whole part of Asia has just collapsed the economy. And we had too many eggs in one basket. We knew that. We were trying to get out. We didn't get out fast enough. So we're down to 100 and something international, which is more probably where we should be, about 10%. I don't know what they were when you guys were here. Probably 10% maybe. Maybe not that much. And you had a different mix. You had more South Americans, I suspect, Koreans. Chinese. We have no Chinese, no, with 1 or 2 Chinese, no Koreans. I don't have any South Americans. But that comes and goes. A while before I was here, they tell me you had a lot of Africa, a lot of Middle Easterners, Arabs. That dried up about the time we got here. They were kind of, Saudis were on their way out, the Asians were on their way in. So it's a cyclical thing. I mean, it comes and goes. For a while you get the South Americans, for a while you get the Middle Eastern. Right now we're going after some Taiwanese. In fact, they were supposed to be in this morning, and somebody sent the wrong fax from Taiwan. Our people were not together. They were coming in at 5 o'clock flight to Detroit. They're not coming in until 5 tomorrow morning. So we had some happy people calling this morning. Early this morning I got a call at 6 o'clock. That's why I wasn't out there to greet you. But we're going to bring in tomorrow 17 Taiwanese kids, high school kids. I was just over there visiting a school. It's 8,000 students. It's a technical commercial high school in Jogn City, got to go through the ESL first, English as a second language. But if we can get in that, we're working in Mexico and Venezuela as well. We got 2 board members, one from Mexico City and Tomas Firth. He graduated probably before, probably like somewhere between your time, Fred. When did Tomas get out of he graduated before. He's an MEC chemical engineer. But he's from Caracas, and they're trying to help us develop some ties down to Caracas and Mexico City to bring back the South American and Mexican contingent, which we don't have any of at the present time. Athletics is a big thing since you guys were here, as you saw. You saw Hershey Hall. That's probably one of the best facilities for this size school athletic in the country. Our coaches would disagree with that, I know that. It is. And we still got to build something, an attachment to that, which would be a field house more for track and tennis, one of those kind of big bucket type buildings or whatever. They're not, it's not going to be nice like Hershey Hall. It's going to be more of a tennis or the football team can practice inside, without taking walls out or windows out or something like that. But we've got 450 kids involved in intercollegiate athletics, so 45%. We've got 15, 18 different teams, 16. And men and women the same. The only thing the women don't have is football. They've got a women's golf team, a men's golf team, volleyball, right down the line, basketball, soccer. They have everything. The girls, we have the national NAIA women's tournament here 2 years ago, 96 and 7. And our girls got us as far as the Final Four the first year. And they got beat by the school I came here from. Here out in South Dakota, in the last, they should have beaten them. They beat them in the last 4 seconds or something. A shot. But they lost by 2 points. And this is the second year they lost for the second round. But the girls have got a girls golf team just won the national championship last year, the first national championship Tri-State's ever had. It's the 3rd year of women's golf. So they're not only good engineering students, they're better golfers, you guys do. Bill Sanjacoma, many of you know, maybe know Bill. He's been here for 100 years or golf. Bill's been here for 37 years. All you have to do is talk about the women's golf team. You just see the smoke coming out of his ears. He has good teams, but he's never in 30 years been able to win a championship. And this kind of snot-nosed kid is Lori Stetson, our coach. She's 27. She comes in here for 3 years. Oh, figure out when. His kids are like 5 and 10 years older than this girl who's the coach. So I think Bill smarts a little once in a while.
Do you have any athletic scholarships?
Yeah, how much?
Total $800,000 for 520 students.
That's a lot.
$1,600 a student.
That's also great.
Oh, yeah. We're starting a swimming team this year, but we really won't have a team until, we've had a pool now for 30 years. Not sure why, we never had a swimming team. We've had a swimming pool down there, very nice, pool. So we're just in the process trying to hire this guy who will be both our tennis and swim coach, both men and women. So in fact, he's got 4 sports. And we feel we can probably bring 20 to 30 new students in swimming. Swimming kids generally are really pretty good students, and most of them come from very middle class or upper middle class families where you don't have to maybe spend quite as much money scholarship wise to get them. Tennis tends to be like golf, tends to be a little more that way too. You don't need as many of those people as you do for football or soccer or sport like that. Okay, where are we going to go in the next 5 or 6 years? I think we've got to stay, we kick this around all the time. Should we just consider going back to being an engineering school and make it just business? Because right now I said business engineering and teacher education are probably roughly 90% enrolled. Teacher education is a real bear because the state, those of you that are teachers know, the state is constantly putting in new requirements and more requirements because they're controlled basically by the real struggle for the small private schools. Teacher education is probably tougher than anything because the external forces. Engineering, since most of you guys left, we became ABET accredited, which makes that our life a lot more difficult too. ABET is accrediting board for engineering and technology. It's your professional accrediting group. They tell you how many faculty you must have. Like you must have 5 faculty in mechanical engineering. They don't care if you have 5 students or 500 ME students. You must have 5 faculty. You must have 5 faculty in double A. You must have 3 in chemical. You must have 4 in civil. You must have 3 in aero. It goes right down the line. If you don't, if you run into 2 or 3 years of tough times, which you always do, chemical, civil's up and down, aero's up and down, you still got to keep those faculty, even though you don't have any students. And engineering faculty, you know, you guys all know, are far and away the most expensive people we have. Some of our engineering faculty make twice as much as our other faculty, which makes for, you know, much a happy other faculty. But, you know, that's true everywhere. That's just, you know, you just have to tell them to go get an engineering degree, I guess. I don't know what else I can tell you. But, so you've got the highest paid faculty with maybe a small enrollment. So it makes it, when you guys were here, there wasn't no ABET accreditation, so you didn't have this regulation. So, because I always get the question, why don't we go back to the accelerated program? You couldn't do it what they require. They require a lot of humanities now, English, things that you guys didn't have to take. You took primarily math, science, and engineering. Now you have to take a lot of other things. And this is all dictated by ABET and North Central and other accrediting agencies. So you've got, these are all new things in the last 20 or 30 years in Tri-State, these different accrediting bodies, which have changed, you know, the picture drastically for us. And all of these things just pile up more expenses to your operations. So, you know, engineering is going to stay, we're going to have to stay engineering, teacher education, and business. And I think really push it. We've done away with several degrees. I don't know where they came from. They came after you guys were here. But when I got here, we had degrees in English, history, psychology, you name it, economics. We had about the same number of degrees in IU and Purdue did, I think. And, you know, we had 2 students. Alice kind of works over there. We had, what, 2 English majors, Alice, I think.
Not very many, something like that.
1 or 2 history majors.
And there's
We
one
have to
corporate
offer
English.
all those courses, upper level courses, and there's nobody to take them. So we have done away with a lot of those. You know, we can't compete with Anderson or with Wabash and those fields any more than we can compete with Western Engineering. So, you know, we never were, and we're never going to be known as a liberal arts school, Tri-State. So to get in that area, we still have, you know, a lot of the general ed courses, of course, and you're going to keep those, but to have the degrees is just nonsense. You can't do it. Nobody's going to spend that kind of money to come to Tri-State to get an English degree. Whoever heard of an English degree at Tri-State with a history degree? Nobody. Engineering, business, teacher education? No, probably. But, so that's the way we're going to go. We're going to have to go to push a lot harder on our off-campus programs. Population is getting older and older. Average age. These people in Fort Wayne and South Bend, wherever they happen to be, they're not coming to Angola at night to get a degree. You're either going to go to them or somebody else is. Indiana Wesleyan in 1982 or 3 used to be Marion College in the early 80s. They were bankrupt. Changed their name to Indiana Wesleyan, got a new president. I think they had 1,000 students. They were about dead. They've got 5,500 students today. 1,000 on the main campus here down in Marion. They have 4,500 branch students right there. They've got more money than they can count. They're doing really, really, and they got in when we should have got in, you know, 15 years ago. But we're still getting in, but we're on the way at the end of the curve. You know, they're way out there ahead of us. And they're hard to compete with at this point. And everybody said when they first got into it, well, it's a watered down degree. That's all nonsense. It's just, you know, sour grapes because they're doing very well. And, but that's where the people are. They're doing both undergraduate, they're doing master's degrees out there. They're going into you know, companies, things like that. So that's where we've got to go. We've got to take a look at the internet, this whole distance education. Most every big university in the country now you can get a degree by the internet. You don't ever have to leave your living room and get a bachelor. Now you can't do it in engineering, but pretty much in any other field, business. Engineering we're fortunate as far as that goes, that we are engineering, and we're gonna have some time to try to react to this. Because again, the laboratory part, I don't know how we're gonna do that. But we've got to take a look at engineering going off campus. I think we can get the labs, we can go to industry, and get double E's can't be that hard, because they're primarily now computer. Whereas basically their equipment, mechanical will be the toughest. Chemical would be a little tough. Civil, as long as we get somebody to ship the concrete mixer. I've got an old mission I'll bring down. Okay. Now, civil probably wouldn't be a big sell on campus, but I think mechanical doubly would be. Chemical probably, but I'm not sure how to do it. Chemical, but as far as the equipment goes, but you might be able to do it in the right area, like Indianapolis or somewhere. What else, Dave? Changes semesters. Oh, yeah. We're going off quarters. In fact, we're off quarters. You guys came here because we were on quarters, right? Mm-hmm. It was another time. There are no more students left, guys. One of our board members, some of you know Bob Cannon. Some of you went to school with Bob. Bob's a great guy. Just had dinner with him a couple weeks ago. But Bob asked me one day, Dave was at a board meeting several years ago, and I couldn't believe he did, because Bob's a little Army guy. He's saying, John, why don't we get more veterans? So I sat there for a minute, and I wasn't sure if he was kidding or not. I thought, Bob, there are no veterans. There's been no war, you know? And he kind of worked like, how many veterans do you think we had? We got 1,100 some students this year. How many veterans do you think we got enrolled? Take a wild guess.
5.
3 veterans. When some of you guys were here, you guys had 3 non-veterans. That's how it's changed. They're just not there. You know, we haven't, and they're not going to stay. So that whole thing is gone. So we're strictly, not strictly, but 90%, I'd say, I think Dave or Alice, are 18 to 22-year-old kids. It's a much different looking student body than when you were here or when I was in school. You know, I was in school, most of us were back in the 50s, late 50s. Today, most everybody is 18 years old. And most of these kids are not interested in getting out in 27 or 30 months. You tell them that, they laugh in your face. If they get out in 5 years, they're 6, 7, they don't care. And from their side, though, you know, to get an engineering degree today, it's 100 even semester hours. For a quarter, it was 200. For a regular degree, it's 186 hours, let's say, for a liberal arts degree or something. But an engineering degree is like 220. Engineering is like another quarter or 2 longer than most degrees, even under the semesters. Business degree is like 124 hours, teacher ed is 124, engineering is 130 or 138, it's still longer.
How are you addressing the accounting issue now? The state of Indiana requires 100.
Yeah, that's right. Accounting is, you know, it's got to be a real pain, kind of like engineering. They're going, it's a CPA thing. We have got a very good accounting program, but it's very small. Everybody wants to be an accountant when they're a freshman when they go in business. Those of you that are business students, you are accounting. But not many of us guys can handle accounting. I don't know if you know, Dave, George, myself. There's a few of us. Now everybody, you know, and I went, well, all of us.
Well, the engineers that dropped out while they were here, they moved over to accounting.
They went out and made big money. But most people that start in business, for you engineers, you know, a lot of them want to be accountants their first year. And you go through beginning, it's probably like this in engineering. You get through elementary accounting 1 and 2, no big deal. Then you hit intermediate, and it's like, you know, the sky fell on you. It's terrible. It's like, I don't know what the top of the course in engineering is, but I'm sure there is.
Human operations.
Yeah. And once you get through that intermediate, get to advanced is easier than intermediate. Something's wrong. But that's what so you lose a lot of kids. So what we find is by the time there's juniors and seniors, you know, a lot of them just drop back because of a straight management program or something. And by the time they're juniors and seniors, you're down to 5, 6, 7 accounting teachers in school like this. But now you're AICPA, American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, pushing, have pushed for really a 5-year accounting program rather than a 4-year. And for us to do that, we've talked about doing it with an MBA, just tacking on a master's degree, using part of the MBA for the more advanced courses. But we don't have enough numbers. I think what we're going to have to do is saying, how are we going to address that? We may have to strike a deal with Manchester College over here, which is pretty strong in accounting, or something where maybe we can do the first 2 or 3 years and farm our kids, but we got to get something in return. Maybe we get some engineering kids that take their calculus not over to Manchester, we do some kind of swap. But for us to try to do the 5-year accounting is going to be tough. And for any school like that, small private to do that, it's going to be hard to do because you almost have to have another faculty member, and these guys are going to end up with 2 or 3 kids in the class. And it's not very cost effective to do that. So I'm not sure how we're going to do that. Now, that doesn't have to be a 5-year program if they don't want to go sit for the CPA. And very, very few kids or people ever get a CPA that have a major in accounting. I don't know what percentage, maybe 10, 20%. So it's not a big number.
That's upon their first, where their first path is, they're in public accounting.
They go to public accounting, yeah. So it depends. You can still have a good 4-year accounting program and just train for private accounting. But if they're going to go public, public accounting means CPA for men, they're going to have that 5th year. That's going to be a tough road.
I don't know what the CMA requirements are going to be in the future. Certified management
Yeah,
accountant.
I don't know if that'll still be 4-year. But, they've talked about this in engineering. They've pushed for this. I don't think it's going to happen. But if it does, how many kids can afford another year? How many of you guys can afford another year on top of what you can? And what it is, a lot of it is driven by the profession. Once you get a lot of people with their CPAs, George maybe is a CPA, but you get a little bit of self-protection. What I did was okay for me, but now what you guys have to do is you have to be a lot tougher than I did, kind of attitude. And, most of the guys my age, friends of mine who are CPAs, they tell me flat out, they know way that's a CPA test today. They know that.
Very complex.
It's very complicated. But yeah, they say, how come you're pushing it down their throats, these kids? Well, they're like carrots or something.
I think they're worried that the IRS is going to go away and that they're going to lose 75% of their business to the income tax.
So then what? What are we going to do?
Then there's too many accountants, just like lawyers.
You're not, George.
Well, I'm retired, so but I think the whole concept is the fact that business is so complicated, international, society in general, that you require a far greater degree of education.
But I think you'd be better off to get a 4-year degree and force these people
Well,
to go work in
an
public
MBA.
company and come back. Because without the experience, it's like anything else. You guys knew that when you went out, and people probably didn't know sick of it when you first got out there with those other engineers. You'd have been a lot better off if you somehow could have gone out on an internship or a program work and come back, and you'd learn a lot more. But that's not how our education system in this country works. It's how Germany and some of them do. But what else, Dave?
Speaking of co-ops, we still have,
We do.
any co-op programs?
Engineering, I'd say 25 to 30% of the engineering kids are involved in co-op.
How's that going to work with the semester?
It's okay. Yeah, that's what the engineers that have never worked with co-op. We're one of the few engineering schools in the country that are in quarter system. Most of the rest of the guys must really have trouble. They do at University of Michigan, they probably given up on their co-op programs. So that, it's going to stop them off. And they'll talk to me for a couple of days. But the transition is going to be hard because we just aren't used to it. But I mean, everybody is. Schools left on quarter. The reason we never finished that kind of, the reason we're going to semesters is number one, financial, but number two, is nobody's left in quarters. Nobody wants it. Michigan State went off about 2 or 3 years. Toledo went off this year. Ball State went off 2 years ago. The only school in Indiana that we left after we go is Rose-Hulman. And Rose-Hulman is still all engineering. They're a little different animal than we are. They're like we were when you were here. We've changed. They've stayed the same. They're still all 100% engineering side. The only school left in Michigan is Michigan Tech. Again, Michigan hardly any, but one of the big reasons is that, with all of the transfer students today, if you didn't have this money, you guys are students, all these community colleges, almost everybody's on semesters. If you're on quarters, these kids get out in December, semester system. We already started the second quarter. We don't start the third quarter till March. There's no way you're going to get a kid. He's not going to wait from December to March to come here. So just the transfer thing is very difficult. Athletically, the quarter system, we were starting in September. Our football team plays 2 and 3 games before the kids even get back here. Because everybody else is on semester system. They want to start playing. And it's very costly. We have to bring the football team in very early so that they can play these other schools early. We have to feed those big lugs. They eat a lot for what day? 3 weeks? That's very costly. I mean, really, and we have to house them. And that's not so bad, but the downside of it is when you bring 60, 80, 90 guys in here, you guys remember this, with no women, nothing to do for 3 or 4 weeks. And you're out there running in 100-degree weather. And they're getting their brains beat out. Well, a lot of them, after about a week, say, forget it. We're hoping, and I think it's going to be true, they're going to be only a week to 10 days early now. By the time they start getting tired, the other kids are going to be here, the girls are going to show up, classes are going to start, everything's going to be fine. I don't believe that. Something that sounds good, that's how I sold it. But the faculty bought it hammer, tooth and nail, because it's changed. We've got 50% of our faculty are 56 years old or older. But most of them have been here 20 to 30 years. And they've done nothing but teach under a quarter system. So this is, just like you, nobody, I don't like change either. And, as long as I'm not teaching, I have to redo my stuff, I don't mind. But we really had to do it. It's going to be, from Dave's point of view, finance, it's going to be, I think we're going to be much better off. But just retention, when you've got 3, people say, well, you got 3 spots to drop off in the quarter. You guys went 4, but nowadays they only really go 3. Nobody goes to summer anymore. So they only go 3. You got 3 times to bring kids in. You also got 3 times to lose. Remember the semester, you only got 2. And if you can hold football players and soccer, which is primarily a fall sport, till December, you probably got them. But if you end in November, when the seasons are over, a lot of them will bail out of it because no more football games, no more soccer matches. They'll just go home till next fall. Come back, we'll play some more. So this way, we think our retention is going to improve quite a bit too, and that's the big thing. You've got to hold a lot of kids. You want to get some new ones. You've got to hold as many as you can, and that's the difficult thing to do. We charge now this fall, first will be $11,900.
Excluding room and board?
Yes, the room and board is another 49, say 5,000, so now you're at 17,000 without books. Books are about another 500, at 17,500. And Tri-State, there are 32 private colleges in Indiana. We don't count Notre Dame, they're in that 32. But of the 32, we are 18th from the top, which we're below the median. Most schools are more expensive than us. And most schools turn out basket weaving degrees. Really, when they're liberal arts degrees, these kids don't have a prayer of learning what these engineering kids do. I don't mind charging these kids for their engineers. Really, I don't. They want $40,000 and $50,000 a year out the door. 22 years old. They can pay those loans back. Now, the poor teacher ed kids, they aren't going to make that kind of money. Or even the business or somewhere in between. They've got a better shot. But I mean, teachers are still making what, 20, 22,000 first year, something like that. You accumulate $50,000 of the loans, you only go out and make $20,000 a year. You got to think how these kids are going to pay that back. We've got to have some kind of conscience, I think, too, here. But with the engineers, I mean, I don't see that as a problem. They whine about it, but if they use their head 2, 3 years, they're going to have those loans paid off, and they're going to be making more money than most of us in 5 years. So I don't think it's a big problem for those kids. But what's crazy, if you look at it, the ones ones that take the least amount of loans, we look at that. Guess which students have the least borrowed when they graduate? Engineers. But they also get the better financial aid because generally they're better academic students. But somehow they don't have as many loans. And they're the ones that can afford, you know, higher payment. The ones with the least pay, least potential, whether they be a communications degree or a teacher education, accumulate the most debt while they're here. And I think that's true nationwide. I don't know why that is.
But why is tuition staying regardless of
It is.
major?
I was going to get to that next. They stick it to the engineering kids now. Not bad, though. $60 a semester hour for each engineering course. So about half of your courses are engineering, whatever it is. So they end up paying in total $3,000 maybe more, about $25,000 to $3,000 more in 4 years. And you know you do that because faculty are much more expensive, equipment's much more expensive than just like a teacher at a business. Everything, it's like nursing. You know, I had a nursing program in South Dakota. We did the same thing in nursing. We charged them more because nursing is much more. Your ratio in nursing, you can only have 7 students to each faculty member in clinical. If you had to have that in business, you'd have to charge a lot more in business too. If you're going to put 7 people in a class. So, you know, there are certain medicine and dentistry, veterinary medicine have always charged. You think that they've always had much higher tuition rate. Most schools probably do charge more for engineers today. They probably didn't when you guys grew up. You were all engineers, so whatever the rate was, it was in those days. But most schools today do charge more for engineering students. So we do, probably not, but they pay, in addition to that, they also pay more lab fees because they have more lab. So it probably costs them $3,000 to $4,000 more in 4 years to get an engineering degree than it does to get a business degree or teacher degree. Oh, yes, yes. We've got, as you saw, you guys, did you all go through the favorite engineering building? Yeah. You saw this graduation, we named the chemical engineering department in honor of John McKetta. Many of you know John. Fred, you remember him? He graduated in 37, John McKetta? John McKetta? You remember John. You were here. John's still alive and kicking. He's in better shape than I am. He's 83 years old or 84.
Didn't he go to the Southwest there?
He's been at the University of Texas since 1946. He's sits in the engineering, chemical engineering chair down there. He was the dean of engineering for many years. He was the vice chancellor for the entire University of Texas system for many years. And you know, those of you that know John,
He used to supplement, kind of help out in classes for some of the props when he was here.
Yeah, he's a would-be actor. He thinks he's like plays Hamlet and all that stuff. He did. He's a great actor, great singer he was. I tell him, God, it sounds like you could do everything.
Well, I don't remember him as that, but I do
I
remember.
I don't think anybody else does
Kind
either.
of stepping in and started teaching, supplement with the props that were here.
But John's been on the board 41 consecutive years. He came on the board in 1957. He's never been on. And those of you that know John, I mean, you talk to him, you think he's swept streets or something. And he's the author of 63 volumes of chemical engineering. You go to his house, and he's got more books, you know, that he's written on chemical engineering than, you know, just tons of scores of books. But you'd think he was a street sweeper to talk to him. You know, he is just a, you know, regular, really a great guy. And he is, we named that, and the naming opportunities over there are $500,000 for the department. And we were about to name on the 17th of July the ME department in honor of Forrest Wade. Forrest graduated before any of you guys. Forrest was 93. He graduated 23 or 26. He was an ME double. I think he was a double major. And he just gave us $500,000 for that, which brings his total giving to over $1 million to Tri-State. And he's a bachelor, never been married, really a funny old guy.
Probably why he's got all the money.
Yeah.
Probably why he got all that money.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring that up. I'm I don't know what he did. He hasn't worked for years, but he had some pretty good jobs. I think he's been both mechanical and electrical, through the years. South Carolina, worked for many years. He lives in Tarpon Springs, Florida, lived there for many, many years. Dave and I stopped to see him every once in a while. Try to convince him for the last 5 years that we should name the department after him. It's a long, long struggle. But we're bringing him up here, and it's going to be named. I really have been pushing him to do it quick, because we knew he was going to do it. When you're 93, you can't wait around too long. Oh yeah, he says, I got a big aorta in my heart, what else is wrong? He's looking for a little sympathy. I know he's going to outlive me, but he won't be around much longer. But he told us that first time we met about 6 years ago. Won't be long now. It's kind of like, who was that? The guy played Sanford and so on. Yeah, he's kind of like him. Oh, he feels like
Elizabeth, this is
that's right. He's in better shape than most of us here. So. But and we just in today's paper, if you pick up Herald before you leave, front page. I was going to bring it. I said, oh, I forgot. It says Tri-State has got a donor for football. And Wayne Scheib, who was also on our board, former Tri-State, former roommate of Dave's, drinking partner in the old days here at Tri-State. Wayne's very successful. He's what is he run? President of nursing homes, health-related things down in Fort Wayne, and he just gave us a 6-figure gift. Told me at graduation, he came on, sitting out there on the steps eating, and he came up and he said, he's tired of us playing in high school. Dave, when you come down next week, he said, I'll do a football. What about now? Next week. So anyhow, that's in today's paper. You might want to. I'll try, if I remember, I'll bring it. Well, Wayne's a great guy. Wayne's about 50 years. He's a young guy, 50 years old. But we've had great success with this campaign. We've raised $14 million. $4 million came from trustees. 2 of our trustees, $1 million each on this campaign. One guy is 43 years old. He did graduate in 1978. His wife used to sit right here. She's a business graduate. Tell Jerry, I think that's where it comes from. Georgia, probably. But no, they're both graduates from Tri-State. He's an MEA, and Georgia's a business graduate. He got into fiber optics about 10 years ago. That was the thing. And he's done extremely well. And the other fellow just gave us another $1 million. The Taylor building next door, the old Humanities building, says Charles and Nancy Taylor. Chuck and Nancy just like another $1 million for this campaign. So they're the largest donors, $2 million. He is at 1930. I don't know if you remember him. 36, Fred. Chuck Taylor, M.E. Charlie Taylor, 1936 M.E. Right, Cleveland.
I don't remember his senior 36 grade.
Yeah, he's a 36 graduate. So we've had really good luck with it. We've got a great board. A lot of them are Tri-Staters, probably too many. We know that, the board knows that. But it's good and it's bad, And most of them obviously are engineers, not all of them. About 2 or 3 of them were business graduates. I think Wayne was a business guy, a couple other ones. And we've only got about 3 non-Tri-Staters. I think we've got to get a little better mix, to get some outside ideas too. And that's going to happen because we've got an awful lot. I mentioned yesterday, Cliff Sponsor. Cliff is 87, 88, 89. Chuck is 85. We've got a lot of them that'll be retired very soon. We've got a lot of them in their 70s and their 80s that have been on a long time. And I think it's about time for somebody else to go on. So we're starting to replace them with some younger people. Looking for women, always looking for women. We once had a woman, but she retired. Now we have all men, just like the engineering faculty. But it is hard in a school like this where you have primarily all male graduates and past alumni. It's difficult to bring a lot of women in, attract a lot of women no matter where it is, the curriculum or the board. gotta move. We've got a lot of women today on the faculty and staff, a lot of them. Doris Tishner, Doris comes on, you know this? Doris is the vice president. Doris has been here a long time. I don't know if any of you would be young enough to have had her for a teacher. She's been here 30-some years, Doris. She's taught math. Came here probably not. Her and her husband, Don Tishner, graduated, he's an engineer, down in the 50s. Don passed away about 5 years ago, 6. But yeah, Don was a student and he taught ME here for many, many years. But Dolores is one of our vice presidents today. We've got chairman of education is a woman, chairman of science is a woman, chairman of business is a woman. What else did I say? Administration, registrar is a woman, director of financial aid is a woman. We've got a lot of, probably a lot more than when you guys were here, a lot more.
Career planning? Career planning?
Career Jane Mitchell, the head of our placement, our development staff is primarily, as you met, Robin and these people, awful lot of women there. So we've come a long way, I think, with bringing females on board. It's very, very good ones. The one area we're really, sucking wind is engineering, and that's going to be a tough one to break into. We got to do it. I'm not sure how. I don't know if we got enough money to do it because they're going to be very expensive. What can we answer for you? I ran 15 minutes over, which is unusual for me.
They thought you were joking about 2 hours.
One lady said, I said I'd be 1 hour. She said probably 2. But anything we can answer, any questions? Or?
Yeah, question, what avenues do you use to market students? Like
Boy,
advertising?
funny you asked that. That's what we've been working on the last few weeks.
Oh, okay.
Probably the traditional ones. We've got to break into, we do a lot of mailings. We do a lot of high school visits. Yeah, traditional type things. But our problem is that our market is so small compared to a traditional college, being half of them are engineers, that it's very difficult. You got to go after the science kids, primarily science and math kids.
They're on the web.
There aren't that many out there that want to do this. I mean, who wants to punish themselves like that? That's what you're finding. A lot of these kids, even though they're capable, they're not willing to do it. They can make a lot of money today. Computers, business, they don't have to. Go through all this calculus and chemistry and physics. They can make, some of these jobs darn near as much as an engineer. Computer science is very, very good. That's another, it's very similar to engineering. It's hard to recruit there, and I think it's because it's a difficult field.
Put it on the web. Put it on the web.
Yeah, we do. We've got a website, but we're just getting it on. We're just hiring a web coordinator for that. And we're talking about hiring a marketing director. We've got to go more systematic.
That's in the right direction.
Yeah, we've got to do it. And it's a hard thing to do in higher education. Higher education, the faculty, and even some of the board and non-faculty would like us to be how it was in 1960.
And you're right.
Because higher education is not supposed to change. Kids are supposed to come here.
Right.
We're supposed to take the order, fill out the form like you did when you guys came. That's not how it is anymore. We gotta go get them market. Everybody's after. You guys came for a different reason. Down in Gurney, you could get out of here in 27 or 30 months. Good program, you go year round. But there aren't people like you anymore. And if there are, it doesn't matter. We have 3 or 4 times as many colleges today than you were going to school.
You have a 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
Pardon?
Have a team of people that can go to major areas where other colleges and universities go on a day of kind of recruiting day.
It's college day, yeah, we do that too. And the problem you have with that, if you're a tri-state or any small college like tri-state, is you always seem to get the booth next to Penn State or Purdue or Wisconsin. And nobody wants to for Notre Dame. And those schools are all and I understand they're all really great schools, like Michigan, Notre Dame, but their reputation is all built on their athletic program. That's a lot of people. If people knew Notre Dame for their academics, they wouldn't know. I mean, if you think about it. And they're a great school. They're great, but the reason they're known is
school days or college days, whatever.
No, we haven't. This is what we're talking about as far as the marketing type thing. Where, would it make sense for us to get into some of these markets? Now, kids don't like to go too far away from home. And, there's so many colleges, good colleges in Virginia, Washington, D.C. That's not to say we can't get these kids. But what you find, the kids we do get from wherever, Illinois, Pennsylvania, and I know you get a lot of, one of you guys were from Angola, or a couple of you. But a lot of these kids we get only last a year or so. And they end up going home, in the end. And the other ones, some of you came here, maybe, or a lot of the old timers I talked to, who went to 2-year schools in Pennsylvania, New York, couldn't transfer into some engineering schools in those days. Tri-State would take your credits. That's not true anymore either. They'll kill 3 of these kids' credits today, 4-year engineering school, whether it's Penn State or anyone else. So there's a whole different, right around here, you've got Indiana, Purdue, Fort Wayne, has got accredited engineering programs. There wasn't a school that we were here. Western Michigan, I'm sure, wasn't engineering when you were here. They've got all accredited engineering programs. What's it, like 60 miles up the road? Toledo is a very good engineering school, 60 miles the other way. So all these guys, no matter what they say, they'll take who they can get. And so will Purdue. Purdue is a big competitor of ours, too. So the competition is so different today, it's hard to imagine how different it is. Just, since I've been a president, I became president in 1982, it's so much harder in 1998 than it was in 1982. You can't imagine how it's changed. No, man, I've been trying to get out of here, but these guys say, oh, no, don't stop now.
Just one more question.
Anything else? How do the engineering, size of the engineering schools at the large universities, say like Purdue, how does it actually stack up, the engineering school size? Oh, much bigger. In Texas, I don't know how big Purdue, any of you, but we've got, let's say, we got 600 engineering technology, because I would guess Purdue must have 1,200 to 2,000, maybe 2,000 engineering students. University of Texas, I was there, they named the chemical engineering Victor John McKett a couple of years ago, I went down. Chemical engineering, now, University of Texas, I think, is the biggest engineering school in the nation. Just the chemical engineering department, University of Texas, has 600 majors. They have more majors than we have engineering. So chemical is the smallest program, involved everywhere in engineering. Mechanical, electrical, much bigger than civil. So I don't know. He told me once, like mechanical is fantastic in Texas. There are thousands of students in just mechanical. But Western Michigan would be much bigger than us. Rose-Hulman would be more in our league. They're, what are they? No, they're about the same size as we are. But they're probably 1,000 engineering and 200 physics, chemistry. So they're probably twice as big as us. Milwaukee School of Engineering would be twice. These are all schools that are comparable size-wise. Right, one step. Detroit area, probably twice as many engineering schools. So we're one of the small ones today. At one time, we probably were one of the large ones, but not anymore. That's what also makes it difficult. We're not growing, but everybody else is pushing against us. What else? Anything else? Listen, I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me, because there's nobody on this campus that comes to any of my
Why it was built the way it was?
No,
We
the
told you
Senate,
this, yeah.
they figured it out.
They figured it out?
Don't be rushing us. I just get started.
And is anybody staying for the planned giving? The charitable gifts, annuities?
No, they're all gonna leave their money that they walk out.
Right now, we need a break.
They need a break, that's it.
Because Jonathan was just gonna go ahead and do it in here instead of over in the gallery.
I thought that was required.
That is, you can't do it, you gotta say.
That's what we're required. We're reconvening in 15 minutes.
Sticks to you. Little breeze out
Has taken place over the last 6 years since he's been here, and has a few more changes in store for the next couple of years. So there's always one thing that remains constant, and that's what I've said before, and it's our alumni like you that come back and show your support to your alma mater. And that's really the only thing that does stay constant over the years. Students come and go, faculty members come and go, different academic programs come and go, heck, we've even had different athletic teams come and go, athletic sports. So I just want to thank the alumni for all of your support and for coming back this evening and enjoying the weekend with all of us here. To introduce a few people from the university, I know most of us were here last night, but we do have a few new members this evening. If Dr. Dolores Tidner, if she could please stand and be recognized. There might be a few of you in the Dolores in the 60s class that you might have had. Yeah, and Dr. Dolores Tidner, she's our Vice President of Institutional Advancement. And with Dolores is John McBride, who we all know, Assistant Alumni Director, who helps me. So John, if you can please stand. Robin Wilcox, Director of the Annual Fund. And in the back, Dr. Reynolds and his wife Carol. He told me earlier that he gave about half the spiel this afternoon, and he's going to finish the other half tonight.
You want it before you eat or after? He said a lot later.
Jonathan Dice is our Director of Plan Giving. Jeannie Corman, who's the Administrative Assistant in the Records Department. And Sharon Boak, who's again been my right-hand man or woman through all this. Bill Schlossberger. Bill, I don't know where you found your seat. Where did you go? Bill. And Alex Frantz in the back, who's doing our videotaping for us. Did I miss anybody? This time what I'm going to do is have Dr. Glenn Radcliffe come forward and do the invitation, or Glenn, if you would like to do it there from your table, that's okay. You can do it from there.
We should all be very grateful and thankful for those men over 100 years ago that had an idea that we should have a college and then go. They call that the normal school when they started it. We've had many administrations from that time down from this, and we should be grateful for that. So our gracious Heavenly Father, we do come to you, thanking you for these events that have taken place over 100 years. And we pray that we will continue to have these events for more than 100 more years in the future. Thank you for all who have had a part in the administration. Thank you for the present administration. We pray that the future administration can carry on as successful as now. And we will not forget to thank you for the food that we will eat. And we would ask that you would bless that food to our use and bless us to your service. Give us the strength we need to do your will. Thank you for it in Jesus' name. Amen.
And one other quick announcement before dinner. I know they ran out of wine, but they did go make another run, so probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
be serious.
I don't think you, I think they realize you're younger than I am. Okay, I was trying to stay out of the way.
Their 50th reunion with Tri-State University Medallion.
Sure, go right ahead.
Thanks, Al.
One quick story about that. And when I was mayor of Angola, they asked me about the state park to welcome the Indiana State Sheriff's Association. I started north, I was in a hurry, late, and I went around the car, and the car ahead of there started to turn in, and we had a little accident. So I had to call the Sheriff's Department, Sheriff's Association, and tell them that I'd be a little bit late. Well, I walked in, about 400 people there. And they knew exactly why I was late. So I walked in and I said, I'm here on behalf of the National Safety we didn't get much done, but we had a swinging city. Angola is one of the fastest growing and two-bit counties in the state of Indiana right now. I want to take you back just a little bit about how Tri-State started. There was a doctor by the name of Hugh Wood that had the idea that we ought to have a school, normal school in Angola, because they had one in Orland. Most of you know where Orland, Indiana is. So he got a little money together with some other people, and they started Tri-State. And the original buildings, and you saw them today or yesterday, Taylor Hall was the original building. That was built in 1884, followed by the administration building in 1887. And they had a music hall there at one time. They had a gymnasium at one time. They had what they called a Henry Hall for the 8th. And most of those buildings are gone except the building. And also some of the schools that they had, it was a normal school, as you know, from 1887 to 1927. The commercial part of Tri-State started in 1884, and it's still going on as a school of business. They had music in 1884 to 1927. They had a school of law in 1902 to 1928. I like to tell people that they tell me that the local attorneys in Angola came up and taught these classes for free. And I say, what attorney today would teach anybody or speak to you for 5 minutes for free? They had a school of pharmacy at Tri-State, 1902 to 1928. And engineering started in 1906 and is continuing for it. They came to Angola by train. Some of you guys are that old that you remember the train in Angola. Now there's young kids around like Dave Ballinger that doesn't even know there was a train in Angola. But anyway, the train came into Angola and they met them at the train, the students at Tri-State, because there were two societies like fraternities, the Philos and the Crescents. And they were there, both. They were ready to get them to join their society. And the school was owned by stockholders. And when one stockholder quit or died or whatever, then someone else bought the stock up. I'm trying to hurry because the magician is great. The Chamber Hall that you were in, that's now the School of Business and the President's office on the 3rd floor, was a gift to the city of Angola. Because Angola knew, and they had to increase their curriculum. Angola knew that if they didn't do something, they were going to lose Tri-State College at that time. And that meant a lot to Angola. And so they decided to do something. The gift was Shambha Hall, and it cost $30,000 to build Shambha Hall. They raised $12,000 in 8 days in 1906. And I think that's amazing. And they paid for that building. And then we had it remodeled about 6-8 years ago. It cost $1 million to remodel. President's home was on campus, and several asked where it was. And as you go northeast from the administration building, there was a little brick house there, and that was the president's home. And Glenn Radcliffe's here, so I got to watch what I say because he might correct me or something. We have two fires, 1930 and 1980. The 1930 fire was caused by spontaneous combustion just before commencement, in May of 1930. And they had been painting up there, and they had some paint rags around. They started a fire, or a fire started prior to commencement, and it was disastrous, and the whole administration building was gone. The tower came down, the bell came down, and then the 3rd floor was taken off after that. And there was a fire in 1980 started by a fraternity brother of mine, who was very unhappy, and he decided he would go to the registrar's office and burn all the records. And he tried to do that, but the fellow that peddled the Fort Wayne paper discovered the fire and got somebody up there, and they got the fire out. So I've been to the 1930 fire, I've been to the 1980 fire, and I plan to be there at the 50 years from now on the next fire. On where the library is, that was built in 1962, prior to that, there was a memorial stage there called the Sniff Memorial Stage. Sniff was the first president Tri-State ever had. And this stage was built with cement steps and a grass stage. And they had Shakespearean plays there. And the hill going up to the School of Business was a natural setting to have chairs there for Shakespearean plays. And they had those for several years. And it continued to be there. It wasn't used until 1962 when the library was built. In 1938, I want to tell you, because we have 2 or 3 here, who was the Radcliffe, Collins, Jones, Humphreys, Roush, Niehaus, Lenina, Axe, Pope, Chrisman, Shaw, and Pfeiffer. And the story that I like to tell about Bill Pfeiffer, and I don't know how many of you knew Bill Pfeiffer other than Jay Glenn, and the man from 1938 knew Bill Pfeiffer. And Alice Parrott. Bill Pfeiffer had a motorcycle with a sidecar on it, and he used to bring Alice to campus. We have an accelerated program, as all of you know, here in this group, except maybe some of the youngsters, that most of us went through that program, and they advertised the National Geographic and Fossil Mechanics for that. The enrollment in 1945 dropped because of the war being on to 170. And in almost overnight, it became 1,600. And places that they stayed were Henry Hotel, and today we took a little tour around downtown. Those of us who could walk. Some of them decided to stay in the van, like Dave Ballinger. He couldn't walk around the square one time to see these things. But I was telling them where various businesses were, like Bright Cleaners and some of these other places. But anyway, where the hotel was, and they had people staying at Sheets Hotel, and every landlady around the campus had a little old room with a drop cord light, and she stayed there, and they stayed there, and that's what the housing was until they got the barracks. And also the restaurants at the time, the College Inn was right across from the President's House in the east part there, and Bassett's Restaurant. Bassett's Restaurant is one that I told you today as we walked around. Ollie Bassett closed his restaurant on December 31st every year for 2 months. He went to Texas, vacation. He opened that restaurant on March 1st, and he had immediate business. Now, what other business could do that? So it was very good. 1948, we had President Handy, Murray, Radcliffe again, Wood, Professors Parrott, Butler, Houlihan, Gowdy, Chrisman, Hopper, Newman, Lenina, Axe, Steele, Aru, Rose, Ramsey, and Moore. And that was a time when I say that it took, I thought maybe there were 3 presidents, maybe 4, give me 2, because Handy was president when I started in 1946. Murray came in, and Murray was from Ball State. He came up here applying for the registrar's job, and they said the president's job's open, so he applied for that and got the job. And he decided that he would be like Ball State, and he increased tuition, or tried to, and increased tuition 50% overnight. And all the guys, including myself, were GIs. And they had a rebellion. And how many of you remember the rebellion? Okay, Paul did. But it was right in the middle of it. The thing is, I lived in Angola. I don't even remember the rebellion, because I came up here and took classes and went to work with my dad's dry cleaners and went on about. But anyway, they got rid of Murray, and Bud Radcliffe was the acting president a while, and Ted Wood take it. So it either took 3 or 4 presidents to get me through a couple of years in Tri-State. And this time I want to do a presentation. Nick Catino, would you come up a minute, please? Nick Catino played basketball and baseball for Tri-State. And Nick, in our conversation, in our office conversation with Nick, said that never got a letter. See, Paul knows. He never got a letter. He know it. And so he never got this letter. I got the hanky up here. And so he was drafted, or went into service right away. And in fact, he was shot down in the prisoner of war. So we all off this man. And I couldn't find an original letter because they don't make them anymore. They stopped making them in 1920. So I something here that we want to give him, and it says Gatino, and it's a Tri-State letter. At least we have something to present. Most of us went under the president. Yeah, right. Most of us went under the GI Bill, Public Law 346. We went through Tri-State and never spent a penny. My dad never spent 1 cent for me to go through Tri-State. In 1946, it became a not-for-profit university or college and had board of directors. And then we talked about stunt night. Now, I know growing up in Angola what stunt night was like, because I remember one time I took tear gas and I thought it was blinding, because I shouldn't have been downtown anyway. But anyway, He was on the board of trustees for Tri-State for many, many years, and he told them that he no longer wanted to be on the board because his wife had passed away, and he wanted to be able to not attend meetings and so forth. So they planned a trustee emeritus thing for him in May of 1977, and he was at the Holiday Inn. And I talked to some people in my car today, and I said, now remember right there, we turned to Winter State Park, right up there on the hill. Well, General Hershey was at the Holiday Inn, and he passed away on Friday night before they could award him the trustee emeritus. And the thing that I say that he came home to die because he was born on that hill, farmhouse on the hill where 69 goes north, right by the Winter State Park. In 1957 to 59, we had Ted Wood as president. We had Frantz, Carney, Rose, Butler, Rowley, Woodard, Hockey, Freckle, Steele, Kenyon, Pressler, Houlihan, Football, Hawthorne, Cook, Champ, Golden, Lumley, Porter, Pavel, Auger, Jarrett, Griffiths, Gilbert, Shaw, Everhard, Axe, Hammond, Barton, and Holton. 1967 69, we had Dr. Bateman as president, and we had Hawthorne, Champ, Cook, Houlihan, Hawk, Bush, Hill, Lynn, Everhard, Shaw, Gilchrist, Condon, Orlowski, Carney, Santicomo, Butler, Kruger, Rustling, Hockey, Barton, Teachner, Humphreys, Lansford, Moran, Shepard, Tressler, and Humphreys. So those are some professors that you will remember. We've had many well-known grads, probably the most renowned and well-known is John McKenna, who is the University of Texas, and he's had everything in the University of Texas named after him, and now the Chemical Engineering Department of Tri-State is named after John McKenna. Our sports program is excellent at Tri-State, and we've had the golf national tourney here 3 times right on our golf course out here. The women's only had to be for golf 2 years, and they were national champions last year. We hosted the women's national basketball tournament 2 years in a row. Football program is going real good. We're going to have our own football field very soon. And one person I've got to praise again is a good friend of mine who graduated 68 years ago. Is there anyone in this room that graduated 68 years ago? Would he please stand? J. Glenn Radcliffe, 68 years ago. I have to praise John Reynolds, who thought I had my funeral suit on tonight. But anyway, I have to praise John Reynolds for the job he's done at Tri-State. In fact, when they asked me to come back in '94 to help out in the alumni office, I do very little. I'm there from 8 to 12, do as little as I can. But anyway, when they asked me back, I wanted to check on the record and see if I wanted to come back. Dr. Reynolds, the turnaround that he's done, and you've heard about the situation that Tri-State was in, and Dave Ballinger, they turned this university around. I think we owe them a great big applause. Frank Smith, leave? Yeah. I can't believe he left because of all these people, these little pictures that I have on here, I messed him up with his brother. And I've got his picture there, and I was going to give him that tonight. Anyway, I'll close with this little remark or statement that probably is very fitting for me. When I was in the 3rd grade, I went to my uncle's in Helmer, Indiana. And that's, you know where Helmer is? It's over on the Steuben County line. And I stayed there for 3 weeks, and I thought it was heaven. I watched the railroads, and I helped them gather eggs and all, and watched the farm equipment. When I came back to school, my teacher said, well, draw something that you think happened to you this summer. So, you know, what did you do? Show and tell everything. I drew this picture. And she later became my stepmother, but she was my teacher, Doris Keckler, you know, because she had a and she said, what is that? I had this piece of machinery like this, small like that. And I said, well, that's a manure spread. And most people think, and I have to agree with them, I've been spreading it ever since.
My name is Jim Barron. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the voice of public television. Hold your applause. Good. All right. I'll prove it to you. Maybe you'll recognize my voice on TV 39. Tune in tonight and learn how they make bowling shoes on TV 39. Yeah. Dave's the only one who watches public television. I think that's good. I'm also the world's greatest magician in my price range. Let me prove it to you now. Here we go. First trick tonight. If this works, I want a big round of applause. Come on. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. No, it's not real. It's a lot messier if you do that with a real. Let me do some actual magic for you. I was on a trip to China recently. I picked up some artifacts. There's some art. They were solid gold rings, and I'm very smart. I had them steel-plated protection. And I'm going to ask if you would, Floyd, you hold on to those rings. I'm going to ask you to take those apart in a few minutes. Would you examine those for me? That's good. Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Didn't go to college yourself. Best 4 months of my life. We're going to start out with not one, not one, not two, but 3 solid silver rings. Now watch this. A little shake, a little spin. Here's what happens. Ta-da. Now I need a volunteer, so the first person who catches these. Not such good seats anymore. Look, would you look at those? Are those linked? Just say yes. Good, good. All right. And if you would you please? I'll tell you what. Doctor, would you hold on that bottom ring? Don't let go until I tell you to. On the count of 3, pull. Ready? 1, 2. Could you stand? Stand right there. On the count of 3. Here we go. 1, 2. Stand right there. Let's turn around and face the audience. That's good. Well, look, as long as you're up here, that's great. Give her a round of applause. Hold out your hand, Doctor. Thank you for coming up here. A little gift for helping me tonight. Here's a Skittle. All right, turn around and face the audience there. Doctor, do you know anything about magic? You do? You do? What coincidence. Me too. Well, tonight you're lucky. Do you do magic yourself? Okay, good. That'll make it a lot easier for me to get away with stuff. You might want to put that down just for the ride home. Here we go. We're going to link these together, Doctor. All right, 1, 2, 3. Now, I want you to take those rings there. Slide them on your arm, on your right arm there. Now, we've got those linked in my hands. Now, we're going to link them in your hands. Put your right hand right there. Rub the other right hand.
Keeps her about that.
Take the other hand, put it right there. Good. Now hold it nice and tight so everybody can see. There was a show a while ago, and they said there were holes in these rings, but if there were, you'd be able to see them right now. Let go. 1 goes right through the other, just like that. That's magic. You believe that? In magic? Good, because for a second there you were starting to tick me off. I'm just kidding. All right, now, Doctor, here's what we're going to do. Now that we've got them linked, we have to learn how to unlink them, do everything exactly as I do, and yours will come right apart and I'll go right back in. We're going to start out like this. You play your cards right, you can go home with a whole bag of Skittles tonight. Okay? That's right, this is a high budget show. We're going to start out like this, Doctor. We're going to move them like that. We're going to move them to this position. We'll take them apart. We'll show one at each hand. We'll put them back together, and when we finish, the rings will be linked, and you'll be holding them up above your head just like I am right now. Just like that. Okay? Got it? Okay, now, do everything as I do. One up above, one down below, and strike the bows. Good. Ready? Okay. Do another spin there. Okay, one more. We're having fun now, huh? Okay. Well, you betcha. Okay, spin. Reach right through the middle, take them apart. Show them one over here, one over here. Wait for and now, Doctor, my rings are back together. Are yours?
Sure.
Sure. Here's another skill. All right, you think that? That's amazing. Nobody's ever been able to do this before. All markers. Floyd, did you get them apart yet? Did you just hold them up there? We'll take them right out so everybody can see how you do. That's, oh, it's okay, I'll get it. Thank you very much. Floyd, let's see how you did. Oh, nice. Great. And my rings, Floyd. No skittle for you tonight. Well, that's all right. Oh, Doctor, don't leave. We're going to do just a couple more things. Come right on up. Yeah, stand right up here, Doctor. I need you. Now, that happens every time. I should have told you this. All right, now, I'll tell you what. We're going to get these rings apart. Now, you hold on to that outside ring. I'll hold on to the inside ring. When I say pull, just give it a yank, and then it'll be amazing. They'll come right apart, and you'll get a tremendous round of applause. Do you know why? Because just like me, you don't know what you're doing. Ready? Pull. Good. Great. Put the ring around my neck. And pull. No, don't do anything yet. All right, now, just a couple more things here, Doctor, with you as my witness. This is amazing what you can do with these. You can take it from the top to the bottom in slow motion like that. You can take it from the bottom to the top in fast motion. In slow motion, just like that. These are amazing things. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call the mystery of the silver ring. That's it. Okay, for this next thing, I need to borrow a $100 bill. Doesn't have anything to do with magic, I just need a $100 bill. Now, believe it or not, as I was walking through the crowd tonight, you have your wallet with you, do you not? You check your wallet out, take a look at that. Should be $100, just take a look. Just pull it right out there and take a look. It's amazing. You got a $100 bill in there? Well, it's all right, you got a wallet, that'll work just fine. I just need to borrow a bill, okay? And yeah, this has been a tough year for you, hasn't it? Oh, you keep it in your sock like everybody else does. Do you have a big bill? Oh, okay. I should have known. That's great. Well, there's no money in here either. What the heck is this? Oh, whoa. Yes. a $100 bill. What's your name? Bill, thank you very much. I'm going to give this back to you, of course. All right, Bill, I've got a marker here, though. Here's what I want you to do. Take that marker and write your initials real big right across the face of it there. And while you do that, I want to tell everybody, I was doing a show about a week ago, and a mother and a little boy came up to me, and she said, Billy drew this picture of a magician pulling a rabbit out of the hat. And he's waited 2 weeks to give this to me in person. And I thought, this is beautiful. This is what it's all about. This is the way magicians have the power to touch children's lives. I thought that was kind of special. Okay, you got that sound? Oh, good, he does. All right, very good. Just hold on to that marker there, and everybody can see that we have the initials P-E-L. Do you know what that is? That's a felony. Give Bill a big round of applause there. That's all right. There's more after this, Bill. I really appreciate this. We're going to fold this into a little bundle. And now, Bill, we're going to find out just how good your sense of humor really is. Thank you for loaning me this $100 bill, Phil, because the bigger the bill, the funnier this is. I'm going to teach you how to tell if this is real. There's some counterfeiting going on here in Angola, that's what I do. So what you do is you get yourself a flashlight, or in this case, a lighter. Now, here's what you do, Phil. You hold the lighter up to a light, or the bill up to a light source. If you see little red threads going through it, did you see that? You know what that means? That was a real one. Way to go, Bill. Well, that wasn't very entertaining now, was it, Bill? So look, forget about the 100. Now I've got this really neat card trick I want to show you. You're going to love this, but not as much as you should. So, Bill, you're really being a good sport. I'll tell you what, I'm going to get your 100 back. I proved that with a little piece of cigarette paper here. I'm going to take the ashes from your $100 bill. I'll sprinkle the ashes of your 50 down inside. And when we're done, I'll get your 10 back to you as good as new. Yeah. By the way, Bill, I do know what this You know what this looks like, Phil? You better say no, you've already broken the law once tonight. I'm going to weld your ashes back into the original $100 bill, Phil. Watch this. The flame, the paper. Here we go. These are the tricks, folks. I don't tap dance. Phil, open that up. Tell everybody nice and loud. What denomination is that bill? Let me see that. Yes, let me see it. Oh, that isn't one. Bummer. That would be right. I'm not going to leave you like that, Phil. So, have you got a 50? Well, I'm going to do it till I get it right. All right, forget about that for right now. All right. Now, I've got some lemons here. Now, Phil, using your best judgment, how many lemons would you guess are in this bag? How many? 3? Well, that's pretty good. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 lemons. That's pretty good judgment. It's much better than the judgment you used when you gave me that $100 bill. It's like it was written out. But get your wallet out again, because here's the amazing part. I'm going to do a little juggling with these lemons tonight. You got your wallet out? Take it out. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead and take it out. Now, you're going to find your $100 bill with your signature right in front of your driver's license there. So go ahead and take that out. Should be able to find it. Open up very quickly there. Look in there. You got it? No, the $100 bill. Is it in there? It's not there? No, that one, right there. It's not in front of the driver's license? It wasn't? Take a look. Yeah, it should be right in front. Is it there? No? That would have been good though, huh? Well, now I got some juggling I want to do for you, Phil. All right, here we go. One-hand juggling. You have lemons. One-hand juggling. Now, a very skillful juggler can actually look away. Left hand behind my back. Are you right-handed or left-handed? Doesn't make any difference now, does it? Well, you're right-handed, probably, yeah? Take those. Bill, come on up here. Give him a round of applause, will you? No. You don't want to watch $100. No, that's all right. There's more after this. All right, Bill. Here, take a lemon. Now we're going to do a little contest here. We're going to cut the lemons open. If you can eat your lemon without getting tears in your eyes, you get your money back, all right? I'll go first. These are top lemons, by the way, here, Bill. It's, the reason is because they're imported from Kroger. Got mine open here. Now, this is that is weird. Get it out. There's something inside here. Do you see that? Hold that up so everybody can see that. Hold it now. Just hold it up so everybody can see. And you take it out and tell everybody what that is. Something green, all right? Now, hold on to that just for a second. As a matter of fact, let it go like this, Bill. Like this. Good. That's right. Good. Hold it out. Just like that, Bill. All right. Now, if you hold your hands like that, you'll never, ever catch cold. You know why? Nobody will talk to you. All right, now, Bill, I have here a little bundle. It is indeed money, but let's just cut this open here for a second. And under your watchful eye, it's soggy, isn't it? Is it not? Don't think of it as soggy, Bill. Think of it as lemon fresh. I'll open that up for you. All right, that's a $100 bill. A soggy $100 bill. Now, let me ask you something, Phil. If that dollar bill had your initials on it, would that be a good trade?
I think that would be a good trade.
Yeah, but that's you don't care because I'm not at all. I'm glad you said that because that party with the Red Sea trick, that's already been done. All right, here we go. Now, P-E-L. Are those your initials? Ta-da. Some people are going to think we sent this No, seriously, is this the bill you gave me?
That's the bill there.
Okay, great, thanks a lot. Oh, yeah. That's our trick, Bill. Yes. Hold on to the hand. Here's a Skittle for you two. All right, give Bill a round of applause. That's right. Now, Bill, don't go anywhere. Somehow I have a feeling you won't, okay? I want to do a little bumper sticker thing. I have a hobby of bumper stickers. I write my own. Whenever I see a bumper sticker I think it's kind of a stupid bumper sticker, I write one and then I hold it up to the person as I move down the road. Maybe you've seen this one. I break for garage sales. Real popular in Fort Wayne. This one's even more popular in Fort Wayne. I break in from your garage. This is one I've seen lots of times. If you're rich, I'm single. Well, my daughter's driving now, so I came up with this one for her car. If you're single, I'm not surprised. I brake for small animals. I honk after I run over small animals. Really, I got a cat. I had to swerve a little bit, but I got him. It's a joke, I guess. Boys like that. All right. And this last one here. We're out spending our children's inheritance. Well, we're home trashing our parents' house. Hopefully that won't be the case. Enjoy yourselves in the back, relax, you know. I need to borrow somebody for this next little thing I'm going to do here. Let me just kind of look around here and find somebody I think would be really appropriate for this particular. Jenny, would you come up and help me with this? I think this would be great. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Let me just find somebody else here that can kind of figure out nice and quick. How about you? Would you come up and help me with this? Give her a big round of applause. Look at you. Take yourself at home. I got a little chair here for you. What's your name? Pat. Nice to meet you, Pat. My name is Jim. We're going to do a little sleight of hand here. You know what sleight of hand is? It's this sneaky stuff. Check this out. This is really kind of cool. Now, upstairs. Everybody can help me with this. Okay? Give me a little drum beat on the table. All right. I don't really have time to practice this stuff. All right, now, Susie, how about if I just call you Joan tonight? Pat, okay. That's all right, because, you know, I'll probably call you many different names tonight. So many people. All right. That's all right. Okay, now, don't call him Zone. Okay, here we go. Now, I'm not going to name your car. As a matter of fact, Mr. Ballinger is going to name your car. Now, this is an amazing thing. He is really known as the Amazing Ballinger. And tonight, he will tell you the name of your car. Now, here's what we're going to do. Okay, you turn your head, turn your whole body too, that way you don't get a kink in your neck. That's good. Now, look through here. Now, anytime you tell me to stop, okay? Anytime. Right there. Look at that car. Memorize it. Have you got it? Don't forget what it is, okay? Because if you do, you and I are going to look silly. You're probably more than me, okay? Dave, you can turn around now. All right, now here's what we're going to do. You take these cards back, hold them fanned like that, all right? Okay, hold them up there so Dave can see. Now, Dave, here's what I want you to do. I want you to concentrate on the card. The first card that pops into your head, you name it. It'll be Pat's card. Go ahead and name it. What do you think it is? Don't tell him. Don't tell him. What do you think? Any Jack of Hearts. Jack of Hearts. Is that right? No? Look, Judy, I want you to really concentrate on that. But I know you can. Look right at her. Tell her what it is. Come on. Take the 7 of diamonds out of there, Pat. Look right over. Take the 7 of diamonds out. We need to get it real quick. I'll take it. Now, the amazing thing is they're not marked on the back here. Are my cards marked on the back? Wait, they're not marked. I'll tell you what, you take it. Yeah, you take it. I'm not that close. When you come to it, you just pull it right out of here. Matter of fact, is it in your hand here? Is it in this hand? Well, take a look at these. Is it in there anywhere? stupid I feel wearing this on my forehead. You know what? You're really good. Thanks very much. Here's a skill for you two, all right? Little something for the ride home. Give her a big round of applause. Okay, now then, here's what I want to do. I don't know if any of you have ever seen one of these before. I'll tell you. Dave, now, we haven't rehearsed this, have we, Dave? Have you ever seen one of these before?
I don't think so.
Good. You're healthy. This is an imaginary deck of playing cards. You catch it when I throw it to you, all right? Ready? Here we go. Good. Now that's what we call acting. All right, now Dave, you rise, not off the ground, just out of your chair there. Kind of turn so everybody in the back can see you there. Now here's what I want you to do, Dave. I want you to take, using your best acting skills, I want you to take that deck of cards and shuffle it up. Mix it up real good. Go ahead. There's acting. I knew I picked the right guy. Did you mix them up? Remember, you got to take them out of the box. Just take them out of the box. Hand them out to the lady sitting next to you there. All right, here's what we're going to do. All right, now, Dave, I want you to go to anybody here and have them select a card, anyone at all. Doesn't matter who. But do it sometime today. Good. You take a look at that card. Okay, that's not the Joker. We've taken the Jokers out. But look at that card, memorize it, show it around to everybody. I won't look. You feel silly doing that? No? You should. What are you laughing at? You're holding the box back. Now take that card, turn it face down, put it back in the deck that Dave's holding. You were nice to stand there, Dave. I appreciate that. Put the cards back in the box. Very good. That's what we call overacting. Throw the cards up to me. Good. Give Dave a big round of applause. All right, watch this. Now my hands are empty. Take it you're underwhelmed. That's all right, though. There's more. Let's review what we did here. The lady who took the card, what is your name? June? That's correct. Feeling the vibe now. I'm into it now. All right, now June, let's review what we did here. We took an imaginary deck of playing cards. We gave them a shuffle. We had one card selected by you. You looked at it, you memorized it, you turned it face down. You put it back in the deck. The deck was placed in the box. The box thrown up here to me. And I'm standing here right now, June, with a deck of playing cards in which there is one card face down. Wouldn't it be amazing if it was the card you looked at? I bet your boots it would. Now, I didn't see the card, so when I say now, in a clear voice so that everybody here will hear you, name the card out loud. Ready? Now. Yeah. Where does it say magician will name your card? Okay, when I say now, you can name it out loud so everybody will hear you. Ready? Now. Ace of spades? Wrong. Now, I'll tell you, I'm going to let you change your mind if you want. You sure? Because, you know, a lot of people name the ace of spades. You sure you want that one? Okay, I gave her a chance. All right, let me pull this out here. We'll take a look. If this works, it's going to be a miracle. If it doesn't, I'm blaming you, Dave, because you picked her, all right? Should be one card in her face down. Remembering, of course, that I did give you a free choice. That up there like that. And that is the only one. Now we got it. All right, let me cut it to the front. And by the way, I'm so confident of my abilities here, June, that if I don't get your card, you win $100 bill. Well, you're sitting on the edge of your seat for this one, aren't you? All right, here we go. I can't bear to look. June, what's the card? anybody, though. Now, this is really important. I need the bravest person in the crowd tonight. So I'll just kind of look around here. This little, this is fun because when I do this, everybody looks down. Like you think somehow I can't see you anymore. Let me just kind of look around here a little bit. Yeah, everybody's doing that. Look at that. Let's see here. Carol, would you be willing to help do this thing? I think it'd be great for this. Give her a big round. I promise. I'll give you a skill and everything. What's that? Chris? No. I gotta have, Chris is nowhere near brave enough. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Let me find somebody else here. That's all right. You're gonna be fun. Hey, you'd be great. Come on up here. You're standing and everything. That's really nice. Okay. And I want you to stand right over here. This is right where Carolyn would have been standing there. Right over the trapdoor. You don't play cards? Oh, that's okay. That's fine. Because tonight we're going to hypnotize you. Yeah. Have you ever been hypnotized before? Okay. This will be a lot of fun. You may not really need me up here. You've been hypnotized before. Let's just try something here. Now this is interesting. Now, I've got a couple little sponges right here, all right? And I'll tell you what. I'm going to... You hold out your hand. Okay, hold on tight. Now, watch this. Let's go on. Hold your hand. Pretty good. It works on this side, too. Stand over here. Okay. In fact, I'm going to do this, Phil, hold on to this ball. All right. Now, here's what I want you to do. Now, Phil, hold your hand up way up high in the air. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. We're going to make somebody disappear. And do. All right. Oh, no, hold your hand still. 1, 2, your hand closed. That's good. All right. 2, 3. Open your hand. You still got it? 1, 2, go. Open your hand. Good. You keep leaving your hand open. Actually, what I'm trying to do is steal your watch here. It would have been, I was that close. No, go. Put the ball in your pocket so I don't lose it. It's all right. Let me have this one. No, we're not going to do that trick anymore. Stand over here. No, you need to stand over here. Put the ball down. That's right. Okay, good. All right, now turn around. Let me have the ball. Now, we're going to hypnotize you tonight. Here's what we're going to do. To do that, I need this little device right here. Okay? So, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all that you don't know anything about cards. Now, to do this, I don't want you to get hurt, so if you'll just face me, Tamara, I'm going to put this around your neck. It's just a little extra precaution we're taking, okay, since yesterday's accident. Good. All right, you have there like that. Are you nervous?
No, I was just talking about getting next surgery.
Well, this is your lucky night, man. You're not nervous. Not at all, right? You should be. All right, let me just snap that like that. That's a lot of hair. All right, now, put one hand right here on this side of the stock, and put your other hand over here on this side of the stock. Stand right here, right here. You always wanted to be. Well, tonight's your lucky night. Well, now you know. Okay. All right. Now we're going to hypnotize you. Wow, this is great. You know, we're not doing a card trick, and, you know, you always want to know what this is like. I'm going to hypnotize you electronically. Look right here, Tamara. She's out. Now, you may not believe this, but when you become hypnotized, you automatically get special powers. Do you know what I've written on the other side of this camera?
I have no idea.
You tell me yes or no. Do you know? No. No? Isn't that incredible? We now come to part 2. Beginning to see a picture So now, when I touch this to the back of your neck, tell me the truth, you won't be able to feel it now. Tell me the truth. You feel that?
A little, yes. But yeah, it's okay.
Perhaps I found someone to pay for my neck surgery.
You know, you're taking this entirely too lightly. You do feel that. Oh, wow. Let's check this out then. Now tell me the truth. You feel that?
Yeah.
You feel that?
Yeah.
You feel... Give her a big round of applause, though. That's good. Okay, here we go. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Yeah. All right. Now, before we do anything else, I must first sterilize the blade. All right, camera, you will not feel a thing as I touch this sword to the front of your neck ever so lightly. Ready? 1, 2, 3, now!
It didn't work.
No, it worked. I just really need a bucket right now. That's one end of the screen you got right there. That's not a very hypnotized person at all. I was looking, but he doesn't feel like because she's hypnotized. And now a little scene from my favorite TV show, ER. It's a Kodak moment. All right. Well, that's our show tonight. Don't move. Don't panic. And, young man, don't try this at home, okay? Go to a neighbor's house, all right? You're out there, ready? 1, 2, 3. Hang out about that, camera. You're about a quart low. Yeah, that's perfect. All right, you're now dehypnotized. Just don't drink any water for the next half hour. And do one thing for me. You must promise that you'll never reveal the secret, so repeat after me the magician's oath. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
My watch is gone.
My watch is gone. My watch is gone.
Is it gone?
My watch is gone.
Well, you can have mine. It looks a lot like yours. Bill, I know you are. We're going to do one more tonight. Now, for this last thing, I need to borrow a couple of big, strong guys from the audience. Do this little last thing we're going to do here. So, let me just look around here. John, would you be willing to help me with this? Come on over here. There's a chair for you. I'm going to use it right over here in this chair. All right? And, what next? Brandy? You want to come? Come on up. Come on up. Just sit around here. Give a big round of applause. Go on up. Have a seat. All right. We're going to do a little magic in just a moment along the Houdini side, but right now I have a black bag, and there's nothing in this bag. You verify that for me, John? Okay, good. There's nothing in there. Yeah, John, I want you to wave your hand over the bag. When I do, or when you do, I want you to say the magic words, wing, wing. Good. Randy, wave your hands over the bag, say the magic words, wing, wing.
Wing, wing.
One more time.
Wing, wing.
Hello? Wrong number, that's just a stupid joke. All right. Not you, I just mean it was a stupid joke. I didn't mean to insinuate that. All right, now with the bag right there. We're going to do the Houdini escape. Back here, I have a genuine Australian leg shackle used to imprison the criminally insane. Tonight. Oh, you just took my next joke there, John. That's fine. All right. Now, this is a genuine lock here, and I want you to examine that for me, Randy. Take a good look at that lock. And it is real. Don't lock it, but just take a good look. It is real. Is it not? Okay. And John, you can see that that is a real lock, and this is real solid. If you pull it, go ahead and pull on that. Make sure. Yeah, give it a good jerk. Okay, good. That's a good jerk. All right. Now, are you ready for this? This is going to be great. Are you ready for this? They believe, I'm going to get out of this just like that. You will not believe this. I'm sorry, I must have missed something. You must be working with Phil tonight. That's right. Everything all right? Yeah. Get up and take a look. Is something wrong with the chair? Is it broken or something? Take a look. Yeah. Just check underneath there. If you see a little tag, you want to plant. It's okay. Have a seat. Now there. Just hold on to that lock there. Randy, here's what I want you to do. Actually, I'll take this. Randy, take this lock. I want you to hold on to that. I want you to lock me in there. Pull it up there nice and tight. Yeah, don't worry. Now, Houdini used to take him about an hour and a half to get out of this. I got it down to about an hour and 15 minutes. You got it locked? All right, this is going to be amazing. I will get out of this just like this. You will not? I don't know what you had for dinner there, pal. Is the chair bothering you? Because it is. Would you like to switch chairs now? I just wanted to give you that option. All right. Hold on to that lock there, John. Here's what we're going to do. I want you to lock the other hand into this shackle. Pull it up there nice and tight. Yes, that's excellent. Don't worry, you won't hurt me. I used to practice this every night with the Angola police. Right now, I'm going to get out of this amazing. Just like... Get up. That's all right. Just tilt the chair back a little bit. Run your hands on it. That's it. Go ahead. Everything all right? You're all set there, right? Okay, just go ahead and have a seat. Go ahead and have a seat. Hold on to that rope, both of those ropes there, Randy. I want you to just open that up nice and wide. Okay? And you do the same there. If you would, John, hold the bag open nice. Hold it up a little bit higher there. That's about right. Just like that. Now, you won't believe this. Houdini did this with lightning speed. I can do it just a little bit faster than that. But, well, Tamara, I bet you're glad you helped me with that sword trick. All right, now hold it right there. Now, the way you have to hold it just right. You hold it up there like that. Because otherwise, this is not going to be impressive. John, you do the same. That's excellent. That's perfect. All right, I'm going to try to get out of these in just a matter of seconds, and there we are, just like that. By the way, thanks very much. You did an excellent job. And John, here's a skill for you too, all right? Where's yours? There you go. Here's a skill for you. And give them both a big round of applause. Randy, and you are okay, right? You get hurt or anything? I just want everybody to know that, all right? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's my show tonight. Before I leave you, I see you've been a wonderful group, and I'd just like to leave you with this thought. No matter how many friends you have, no matter how cool you think you are, the size of your funeral depends mostly on the weather. The second thing I want you to know is that this show would not be possible without the legions of very, very nice people who helped me out tonight. I would just be a guy up here doing a bunch of goofy things. So this round of applause is for all of you people, and especially Randy, who helped me tonight. You've been wonderful. God bless you all. Have a safe trip home. My name's Jim Barron. I am available for bar mitzvahs and parties, by the way. So thank you very much. Have a good night.
I just have one little announcement. Tomorrow morning's breakfast that was supposed to be in the meeting place, we're going to have it here in Zollner instead. Okay, it's going to be a little bit cooler up here in Zollner tomorrow morning. So we're going to have breakfast tomorrow morning here at Zollner instead of at the meeting place. And I know Dr. Reynolds said a lot today, and I don't know if you can stand anymore, but if he's got a few last closing remarks, we'll go ahead and hear from Dr. Reynolds. And then we'll see all of you tomorrow.
What do you mean if I could stand anymore? No, I just wanted to say that Melanie, has done a great job, and her crew. I think she's the one that needs to be I want to thank all of you, for coming out and spending the time with us. We had a great time here. I know all of our people in development and Melanie and a whole bunch. And it'd be nice for you to do this in another year, next year. Somebody said we're going to do it next year, Melanie, because some of these guys are, next year? Some of you 49 or 59? So you are, how are you going to do it next year? I think some of them were wondering. Same way?
Right, we'll do clusters, but it won't be the 57, 58, and 59. It'll be a different cluster for the 40th. And then we'll still keep probably the 60th and the 50th the same. The cluster, probably the 30th and 40th again. We have found that's more successful doing it that way than having a separate class.
Anyhow, we had a good time, and I appreciate you listening to me this afternoon. I got about halfway finished. I'm glad we're going to do breakfast up here in the morning because it'll be a lot cooler. I've got about another hour and a half. So I'm going to let you go because I don't want you to be late. Anyhow, really, thanks again, for coming and spending time with us. We enjoyed it.